everybody. Thanks for joining us in Roswell today for the State Game Commission meeting. I hereby call this meeting to order. Director Stone, please call the roll.
Chair Stone,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente,
Present.
Commissioner Fulfer,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Pack.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, how about we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag.
Okay, as is our tradition, we go around the room and ask folks to introduce themselves. I'd like to start with Commissioner Sergio Lopez.
Oh, Sergio Lopez, District 3, Rio Arriba County, in the little small town of Cebolla, New Mexico.
Richard Stump, at large from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Fernando Clemente at large from Sunland Park, New Mexico.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. My name is Vice Chair Commissioner Sharon Salazar Hickey. I am from Santa Fe. Very proud to say I am from New Mexico, born in California, but actually raised in New Mexico. And I am from District 4. And again, thank you for being here today. We look forward to hearing from all of you.
I'm Commissioner Dr. Sabrina Pack. I reside in Silver City, lifelong resident there, born and raised here. And I am from District 2, which is the southwest corner of the state. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you being here.
I'm Greg Fulfer, District 1, live in Jow, New Mexico, down in the very southeast corner that hardly anybody ever gets to, but thanks for coming this far.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good. All right. Buster Green, Commissioner for Catron County, born and raised in Quemado, New Mexico, third generation rancher there.
Audrey McQueen, Catron County Commissioner, born and raised in Luna, New Mexico, lived there all my life, cattle rancher, outfitter, and commissioner.
Cleo Lumpkin Mao, raised in Catron County, a resident of Lincoln County, New Mexico, born and raised in New Mexico, a guest.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Paul Varela. I'm the Chief of Administrative Services for the department.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Joseph Piano. I'm the Budget Director for Game and Fish.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, staff, and all the public that are involved here. My name is Mark Matini. I live in Powati Village on Laguna Pueblo. My wife is native. I am not. I've been around there a long time. And I am on the board of the New Mexico Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I also am a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Habitat Stamp Program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Mazzone. I'm the fisheries biologist for the Hickory Apache Nation Game and Fish Department.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Vincent Tafoya. I'm the fisheries technician at the Hickory Game and Fish Department.
Good morning. I'm Audit Revocations, Hickory Apache Nation. Raised in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Moved up, went home, and that's where I reside now. Here to supporting Hickory Apache Nation.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. My name is Jimmy Garcia, Vice President, Hickory Apache Nation. Thank you to public. Thank you for all my tribal members for making the drive today.
Good morning, Mr. Stump, members of the public. My name is Bernard Inez Jr. I am the director of the Jicarilla Game and Fish Department, resident, and proud member enrolled of the Hickory Apache Nation. Thank you for having us.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Kyle Tater, wildlife biologist for the Hickory Apache Nation, multi-generational New Mexican. Proud to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Larson Pansy from the Hickory Game Fish Department. Been there for 38 years, and I'm glad to be here supporting our nation.
Good morning, Treston Foya, managing editor for the Hickory Chieftain newspaper.
I'm John Scott. My name is Verl Chavez. Good morning, legislative council member for the Hickory Apache Nation.
Good morning, Chairman Stump, commissioners, public. My name is Tom Patterson. I'm a rancher in Catron County, New Mexico, and I have the privilege of serving as president-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association.
Good morning. My name is Verlin Posey, ranch manager on a ranch west of here at Picacho, New Mexico. Born and raised Lincoln County.
David Heft, retired wildlife biologist, hunter trapper, Mayhill, New Mexico.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Ethan Wright. I'm with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. Born and raised in Clovis on a farm and ranch, live here now. Grateful for the opportunity to attend today. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners and members of the public. I'm Kirk Patton, Chief of Fisheries for New Mexico Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners and the public. My name is John Hickey. I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I'm also the spouse of Commissioner Salazar Hickey, and I enjoy coming to these meetings because they're very informative.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Mary Posada. I'm a lieutenant for the Jicarilla EMS.
Good morning, Albert Posada, Parks and Rec Supervisor at the Hickory Game and Fish. And yeah, proud to be here and just have a good day.
Good morning. I'm Taylene Posada. I'm the administrative manager for the Hickory Apache Nation. I am just here to show support.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Madrid, interested hunter, grew up in Cuba, New Mexico.
Logan McGarrah from Dexter, New Mexico, and here's a houndsman and a sportsman.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Jeremy Martin. I'm the general counsel for the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, everyone in attendance. I'm Tim Simbel. I'm the colonel for the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, everybody. Commissioners for Game and Fish, New Mexico. My name is Keith Manuel. I'm with the Hickory Apache Nation. Prior game warden for Jicarilla. 49 years under my belt working for Jicarilla. And thank you for having us here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission and the public. I'm Mike Rule, Assistant Chief of Fisheries with the department.
My name is George Pack, and I was concerned person to enjoy the outdoors and the wildlife.
And good morning, commissioners. My name's Dan Sutcliffe. I'm out of Albuquerque, probably the only one in New Mexico that admit they were born and raised in blonde.
Good morning, commissioners, director. My name is Melissa Garnett. I'm the public information officer for the Southeast area for the Department of Game and Fish.
Hello there, commissioners and members of the public. It's your friendly neighborhood web developer for Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Darren Vaughn. I'm the communications director for New Mexico Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, director. My name is Rebecca Archuleta. I am the HR director for Game and Fish.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Colin Duff. I'm the major for the southern half of the state.
Good morning, commissioners, director, members of the public. My name is Colleen Payne. I'm the public information specialist for the Southwest area, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners. Lieutenant Sean Carroll over Revocations.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone in attendance. I am Tristana Bickford Carroll. I'm the division chief for the information and education section. We do have 18 people online today, and one person, Diane Schmidt, does not have a mic, but she'd like to introduce herself as a hunter education instructor for 22 years from Aztec. And then we do have two individuals who would like to introduce themselves. So I will start with Erin Hunt. Erin, you should be available to talk.
Good morning. This is Erin Hunt. I'm representing Lobos of the Southwest. I'm excited to talk about New Mexico native wildlife. Thank you.
Erin, can you unmute your microphone and say good morning?
Hello, can you hear me?
He's not talking. It's not coming out.
Hello?
Okay, I'm not sure why Erin's not coming through. We'll jump to Cindy and then come back to Erin. So Cindy, you are unmuted.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I am speaking and I've unmuted. Can you hear me? My name is Cindy Toole. I'm the Arizona, New Mexico Director for Western Watersheds Project and a multi-generational user of Forest Service lands. I am happy to be here today. I really appreciate you letting me attend virtually. I'm coming to you from Tucson, Arizona, which is land of the Donna Autumn, and also I'm recovering from COVID. So I really appreciate being able to attend without having to show up in person and expose folks to germs. So thank you very much.
All right, we will try another one and see if it comes through. Tom Phillips. Tom, can you unmute and say good morning?
Good morning. My name is Tom Phillips. I'm calling in from near Las Cruces, New Mexico, hunter and user of public lands. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while we wait for us to sort this out, I'd like to go ahead and congratulate Tristana as the new chief of Information and Education Division. As you know, James left in January or so. We had interviews, and Tristana, I'm confident she's going to be an excellent addition to the team.
Thank you, Director Sloan. And yes, Tristana, much congratulations. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we should move along and then we can allow folks to introduce themselves when we get the technical issue sorted out.
I agree. Thank you, Director Sloan. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I think there might be some suggested changes.
Chairman Stump, I have two items. So first is, I understand the use of a consent agenda to help streamline meetings by grouping things together in a single action, but I would like to request to remove an item from the separate discussion and vote. I would like to pull item 6A, the minutes from the consent agenda, and have it stand alone for discussion. I would also like to, in the case of that, is address accuracy and completeness of the minutes. I'd also like to request that agenda items 13 and 14 be swapped. I feel that commissioner comments should follow public comment, as we may want to respond to something the public has said. And so I think it's appropriate for us to close with that. So I therefore move that these actions be applied to the revised agenda.
Would you like to make a motion, please?
So I therefore make a motion to move that these actions be applied to a revised agenda.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion? All right, motion passes. All those in favor say aye. Sorry, got ahead of myself. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. So we're pulling 6A and letting it stand alone. Where would you'd like that to stand if it's going to stand alone? Right now? Okay.
Are you ready for me to discuss that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to request that significant comments or discussions by commissioners be summarized and noted in the minutes. I would like to see the minutes that provide a fuller picture of our decision-making and provide a greater transparency. Furthermore, I would like to request that there is a section included in the minutes that summarizes public input, even if generalized. For example, public comments were public commenters raised following concerns, listing their overall concerns and the number of concerns per topic. I know per Open Meetings Act, Section 1015(1)G, that of course the minimum is it includes the date, the time and place of the meeting, our names of members in attendance and those absent, the substance of proposals considered and record of any decisions and votes taken. Furthermore, the commentary in Open Meetings Act says that it should be considered and useful to record in the minutes other persons invited or to present and participate in deliberations. When I review Robert's Rules of Order, key points of the discussion are often included, motions, amendments, and votes, and optional summaries of public comments or significant statements without verbatim transcripts unless required. When I review the minutes, though, I do compliment Director Sloan on his record keeping and currently meeting the basics of Open Meetings Act. I feel that the minutes can be more thorough and reflect the details of the meeting, especially pertaining to commissioner comments. So in review of the last meeting and the public comments that we've been receiving, I think there was issues brought to our attention that we should put into our minutes and have as a record instead of having to watch a video to see that. So I can go into some details if you would like. I have other specific comments about examples, or we can, move forward if that's an agreement with people.
I would like to hear some examples.
Okay. So summarizing public input, add a section for the agenda item 15. This is from the last meeting. General public comments summarizing key themes, even if generalized, to avoid verbatim. Example, public commenters address wolf depredations in Catron County, request enhanced compensation programs and stricter wolf management. Others supported the habitat stamp program, but urged prioritization of big game habitats. The rationale, this aligns with Open Meetings Act's requirement of the summary of comments and ensures transparency on contentious issues. It expand, for example, agenda item 16 to include context of commissioners' remarks, rationale. Capturing these details reflects commissioners' priorities and public engagement. For agenda items 9-13, we had the following. We had the habitat stamp. We had commissioners discuss balancing hunter access with habitat restoration with BLM challenges and project implementation. A habitat stamp program overview.
Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to test it out for the public here.
The 2021
see you talking to me, and I appreciate
reauthorization went all through that. It was great. But I think that we should have included that we talked about big game habitats, prompting questions from myself and Lopez on funding allocations. Item 12 was a big topic that day on pronghorn. We noted license decrease in the Northeast GMUs, but lacks context of why or any debate. As we know, Commission debated on the license reduction due to declining populations in the Northeast GMUs with concerns about economic impacts on hunters. So I remember Commissioner Fulfer had focused on some economic impacts. I'd asked about hunter feedback, but I also particularly took note of our biologist on the board, Commissioner Clemente. He added his valuable biology background to ask about reliability of the population data driving the license reduction. The methodology was questioned, especially considering seasonal migration patterns. Commissioner Clemente raised questions about environmental factors contributing to the decline, such as drought and habitat degradation. So I just think overall that having a little bit greater detail in these minutes will provide our public with a fuller understanding of what is happening when we look back. It also provides a us to track comments and that we do value from the public. So we also had a pretty good lengthy discussion about our meeting location dates, and that discussion involves spreading them out across the state. So for those reasons, I think the minutes should reflect some of our actions as well as the public's input into these meetings. So I would therefore move to table the approval of the minutes until the next meeting, June 13th, 2025, pending revisions to include a fuller summary of discussions and public input verified against the meeting recording. I furthermore suggest that moving forward that the commission uses the guidance that the minutes shall include a summary of public comments, key discussion points, and significant commissioner statements.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
I'll let people out on that. If I remember correctly, years ago, Mike, we had a more in-depth. That's through a contract we're doing our minutes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, we have gone from something very similar to this to verbatim transcribed. We send it to a transcription service. They would transcribe every word to something in between over the course of my career. So we can certainly do whatever the commission's preference is. Obviously, it just takes time and energy. The one question I have, and I don't have a good answer for it right now, is, and I don't know if Jeremy does out there. I don't know if we can not adopt the minutes. We could change them, obviously. Maybe it would be appropriate to adopt them, but bring revised ones at the next meeting. I don't know. I haven't run into the situation where we did it. Certainly there have been changes of spelling, rephrase this, that sort of stuff that we can do. But I haven't run into a situation where we haven't. I'm not sure how that works with the Open Meetings Act, because one of the requirements at the next meeting is you're supposed to adopt the meeting. So, but maybe you've read Robert rules a little more closely than I have.
Well, as I look at Robert rules, I believe that you can table the minutes until the next meeting, because I think there is enough, though I outlined just there what I feel like probably should be included, not everything verbatim, but the summary. I feel like it would be give you better, we could adopt those changes right now, I realize, but I think it would be better to, and more accurate for you to go over the recording. So I believe Robert Rules of Order say that you can table these minutes, but I did not see anything in Open Meetings Act that restrict us from that, but I'm not an attorney. So yes, Jeremy maybe can weigh in on that.
Jeremy, do you have an opinion?
Commission Chair. I appreciate what you're bringing up. Thank you, Commissioner Pack. That's one of our most important values in this commission is transparency and earning the trust of those that we represent. I don't call people from my district my constituents because I wasn't elected, but my representatives. So that said, transparency is very important. My responsibility coming here is to be prepared and to know what's going on, reading, etc. With my experience, I believe that we are not required to have detailed minutes to the extent that you're describing. I think that historically, what I have seen since I've been here on the commission for the last 5 years, I have seen transparency. I've seen the recordings. And I've seen the minutes as they have been presented today, which are excellent. I prefer to have the resources of the department spent the way they are, which is not heavily on administrative work. And I think what you described would be heavily administrative work. What we know in the Department of Game and Fish, with all of the rulemaking that we do, there is often conflict. And due to that conflict, the issues that could be presented in the summary could be contentious and sometimes take up a lot of our time. Oh, is that the way we said that? Is that really what we meant? And I'm not sure it's a valuable piece of our time. The transparency that we provide to the public is on the website. There are the recordings, the transcripts. We are as open as you can get when it comes to the Open Meetings Act. So I prefer to keep the status quo. That's my personal opinion. I like the brief summary of the minutes. And I come here taking a lot of notes, and that's what I would like to continue doing. And I don't want to rely heavily on more detailed minutes, but I respect your opinion and thank you.
I think you could amend them. They would be amended within 10 working days after the meeting, so.
Commissioner Chair, I apologize, Jeremy, for cutting you off because I know today is a very busy day and I'm looking forward to agenda item number 7. And I think we need to spend some time on some of these other items. So if there isn't any other discussion, I would like to make a motion.
Chairman, I'm sorry, but we're not following the actual proper. There's a motion on the table. Until that motion gets amended, we cannot have another motion, and we're on the discussion of that motion. With that being said, I am gonna say that then all of these notes that has been taken, the reason why they get approved is because this is what it gets recorded. Okay, this is what it gets recorded, and this is where it gets recorded what the commission and the public announces, what they speak, what the conversation is. I agree we don't have to go into very detail why I meant it this way, I meant it. No, it is all the comments has to be in general be documented. If I say a comment on whatever it is, that comment or that specific has to be within the minutes. And that's the reason why those minutes are provided to us for us to check them prior. And that's the reason why we adopt the minutes, we accept the minutes. There is a motion to accept those minutes. So I do agree it has to be with a little bit more detail. I don't think it takes a lot more. I'm not going to say that it has to say exactly every word, but the comments has to be included. All the comments, all the motions, I did have noticed that some of the motions, they're not specific to what the motion was and what was the response of those motions. So all of that has to be documented because this documentation is what it proves what it was said and how it was taking action into it. Thank you.
Do you have any other comments on this motion?
I would like to know what the motion is that's been presented.
So, Brother Chairman, so I had moved to table the approval of the minutes till the next meeting. I will withdraw that motion. I do not believe we had a second for that motion, but I would furthermore discuss in response to Commissioner Salazar Hickey's comments. I'm not asking for verbatim, as apparently you have done in the history of this. I am asking that general summarization happens on the comments happening from the public, so they are fully documented in our minutes in the sense that these were the discussion topics that were brought to our attention. And most importantly is that some kind of summarization of what the commissioners are debating on. Because when we hear reports and we have valuable input from all of the commissioners, I think there should be some kind of summary included because right now the minutes are very, very abbreviated. There's a presentation. We don't know anything more than this, the presentation in 2-3 sentences. So Commissioner Salazar Hickey, I appreciate your comments, but I'm not asking for heavy administrative overburden here. I am just asking for a little more detailed representation of what is happening in these public meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pack, Commissioner Clemente, and Commissioner Lopez. I think that we all are similarly situated in what we want in minutes. Again, focusing on transparency and changing nothing. We're focusing just on the minutes. Director Sloan, looking at the minutes of our last meeting of January 10th, 9 a.m., an example, I think, of what Commissioner Pack is looking for, an example would be agenda item number 9, aquatic species of greatest conservation need initiatives, in that it has a very brief paragraph that says the department is engaged in several conservation initiatives, ... And if we can keep it simple and brief, again, where I'm coming from is not to overburden the department. You have bigger fish to fry, no pun intended, sorry. So that said, commissioners, Mr. Chair.
Check.
I would like to move
Check.
that today we approve the minutes that have been presented as is, and that for our next meeting, today's minutes reflect a different style and format as described by Commissioner Pact. And thank you again for summarizing what you said earlier, which is not detailed, but concise, of highlighting the major points of what commissioners are saying, what members of the public are saying, and a little bit more information than the skeletal approach that we have. That is my motion. We accept today's minutes and we see something different next. Do I have a second?
Do I have a second for that motion? So
if I can just get some clarification. So these minutes will be approved and it will not be adjusted within the time that we have for them to be adjusted? Is that?
Currently, there's no second to that, but we could make a motion to have the minutes, Jeremy, amended within 10 days of this meeting. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, I believe that the 10-day requirement is after a meeting, you have 10 days to post the draft minutes. And we try and do that regularly. I haven't had experience with significant amendments to the minutes. Usually it's pretty minor and then they get posted immediately after the meeting or very shortly thereafter. It's just completely new to me, and Jeremy looks like he's reading the Open Meetings Act as we speak. I'm
more inclined to go with what Commissioner Hickey is recommending for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess Commissioner Pack and Commissioner Clemente, why is it so important to the two of you that we have the minutes of our last meeting revised now? Can we just start today instead of focusing on what we did January 10th?
Okay, I can answer that question. Why is it so important? It is not important just for the last minutes, for the last meeting. It is important from, if you want to go, it should be done from the beginning. Okay, so we cannot go that far. We're here. The only time that we can take into consideration, that's what, because it was brought up by a Commissioner Pack, and yes, I have seen some things that they're missing on the minutes, and that's why I'm agreeing. So why is it important? Because that's the only meeting that we can go back to change it. So that's why it's important. That's why it's brought up right now, because we have time to make it correct. Why do we keep making mistakes forward?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, I think it's important to do something very accurate and very truthful. And going back to the January meeting, that's 3 months ago. And I'm not sure it's as easy as you think it might be to just go back 3 months. I would rather start today with today's meeting and have a new reflection. That's my opinion. Start today and for the next meeting.
Commissioners?
I will make a motion. Maybe we'll do it in 2 phases. My first motion is that we accept Commissioner Pack's proposal that the minutes for today's meeting that we will see at our next meeting will be more detailed. That is my motion for today's minutes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, I assume that would be for all minutes from today's going forward.
That's correct. And I would also add to that motion that the department work with Commissioner Pack to ensure that the approach and the new style has more summary to it.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor?
Yes, sir. Discussion.
Good.
Vice Chair Hickey, just for the record, it's not really, let me use the exact phrase, cumbersome or burdensome for NMSA that the staff has to do these minutes because the staff of New Mexico Department of Game and Fish located at 1 Wildlife Way, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507 or 7. They actually send this to a transcribing agency that we pay to do it. So we used to do it. We used to pay what, 2,000?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, we used to do that, and that became very expensive very quickly. So we do not do a transcription service. One of our personnel sits and rewatches the meeting and tries to summarize it.
So if we use the transcription service, it removes them from do fry other fish.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lopez, I think there are potentially a variety of ways that we can get to a place that is more along the lines of what's being asked for, including potentially Zoom transcripts. We just have to play around with the technology and see where we can get to.
Okay, that's all I had in comments.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so the second motion is to for the minutes of January 10th, the department work with Commissioner Pack to revise the minutes that have been presented today and add a few more items and information. Do I have a second?
Do I have a second on that motion? And thank you, Commissioner Hickey.
I second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that motion passes as well. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, so moving on, item number 7, presentations by
Commissioner Chair, I think we need 6B, the revocations.
Oh, I apologize. All that vernacular threw me off. So, okay, revocations. Are there any questions or comments regarding these items?
I just have to, Commissioner Chair, I have to say a big thank you and a shout out to our law enforcement. You all are doing an awesome job. It's not an easy task, and a big thank you for bringing what you did today.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a quick comment on the revocations. Is revocation staff available? Real quick.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yes, we have both Lieutenant Carroll and Colonel Simbal here.
Once again, gentlemen, just I want to echo what Commissioner Vice Chair Salazar Hickey stated. But I am seeing just a whole bunch of fishing violations on here. And can you just reiterate when our fishing license, just let the public know when our fishing season started, when it ends, that the new license requirement is now happening?
Absolutely. So it doesn't change. Every year it's going to be April 1st through March 31st. So your new license would be required April 1st every year. Most of the folks you're seeing on this list, pretty much habitual, not going to buy a license. You'll see some of them have revocations stacked upon revocations. And what that leads to is until they clear their one revocation and actually pay their penalty assessment and fulfill their 3 years, 5 years, whatever it is, if they're caught during that time, they get fishing well on revocation, which will add more years to their revocation time. So they have to fulfill the first one before the second one even begins. A lot of these times, the habitual ones will end up, 3, 4, 5 times down the road that they're not purchasing a license. It may end up in arrest without that option for penalty assessment.
Thank you, Colonel Simbal. So, ladies and gentlemen listening at home and here attendance, buy your license. It's cheaper to pay $45 than it is to pay your court costs, your bond fee, and your time, and dealing with our, I shouldn't say dealing, but communicating with our officers on a constant basis when they could be doing more public safety. It's turkey season as well. If you're out there hunting spring turkey, please buy your license. It's $25. And I also want to thank everybody that was successful in this year's draw, and those who aren't successful, keep on trying. And remember, you can go hunting and fishing, and always take a kid fishing. So thank you, staff.
And I'll add in there, I mean, a lot of our waters that people commonly fish are what we refer to as put and take. So those fish are stocked by the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, and the money to stock said fish comes from license dollars. So not buying licenses results in potentially less fish down the road. So like Commissioner Lopez said, it is important to buy that license annually and support the state of New Mexico and the hunting and fishing that we have.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, gentlemen. Commissioner.
I was not, I looked it up and I was noticing there's a person, I'm not going to say the name or anything, but it says 10-year revocation. And I believe in the description, it says that it's been several times that he was in revocation already, and he continues being several times. I don't know if this is for the commission or what can be done, because to me, it's just something that they're just utilizing the system and continuing. And obviously, there's no respect. And, the loss of wildlife, whether it's fish, whether it's deer or anything, I mean, the loss of wildlife for the residents of New Mexico is huge. So it's not only about a license or if it was revoked or not.
Yeah, I think you're referring probably to one of the habitual, not going to buy a license ever fishermen. So what you don't see here would be the court costs when we do catch them, bring them to jail. They're in front of the judge. They're getting assessed fines and fees, potentially jail time. So there is more to that. But as you can see, they're not getting away with it very well. They're getting caught often. So they're paying fines and fees behind the scenes. Certainly they're not buying a license, that is for sure, but they are getting caught regularly.
I might add to that, this particular individual did, I believe, spent 30 days in jail for this violation. Anything after 3 convictions is mandatory 90 days in jail. Some of that could be waived on house arrest, but I believe he spent 30 days in the jail and 60 days on house arrest. So there is some additional stuff that is being done in the courts that isn't reflected here.
Commissioner Chair, I do have one comment. Colonel Symbol and Officer Carol, thank you both. I have to do a shout out to Officers Apodaca and Melendez. Like many of the persons present here in the public, they are concerned about their livestock, their pets, their animals, their children, their people, our community. And I live in a city. I live in Santa Fe. And who would know that a bobcat or two and coyotes like to prey on some of our pets? And so I want to say a big thank you to Apodaca and Melendez, because you not only do revocation, you do convictions, but you also try and do preventive stuff, and you work with our communities. So I want to say a big thank you for both of you and all of the officers.
I'd like to echo that. We appreciate what you guys do very much. Okay, is there any more discussion or questions on the revocations? Do you have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
I so move.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. I was just informed that we're having a problem with Zoom before these presentations, and I think it's important that we get our Zoom straight for this. So if we could take a 10-minute break, and hopefully we can get that resolved. Thank you. Tristiana, do we have people online that might be able to introduce themselves now?
I believe so. If you're online and want to introduce yourself, please raise your hand again. Okay, Erin, will you unmute yourself and introduce yourself?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Erin.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Erin Hunt. I'm here with Lobos of the Southwest. I'm excited to talk about New Mexico native wildlife with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, Cindy, you will be next.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Cindy Toole. I'm the Arizona, New Mexico Director for Western Watersheds Project. I'm also a multi-generational user of the Gila National Forest, and one of the main reasons I go there is to view wildlife. I camp there with my children, and I really hope someday to be able to see and hear Mexican gray wolves in the Gila. I'm really glad to be able to be here today. Appearing virtually, I'm recovering from COVID, so I really appreciate the opportunity to not have to share that germs with you. And also, I'm coming to you from Tucson, Arizona, which is Tono Atom land, and so I appreciate not having to make the drive this time. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. And Stephanie, you are allowed to talk.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephanie Herbert. I'm the Wildlife Program Lead for BLM New Mexico, and I appreciate the conversation today.
Thank you, Stephanie. Tom Phillips, you are permitted to speak.
Good morning. Tom Phillips calling from Las Cruces area. I'm a hunter and public lands user in the southwest primarily of New Mexico. So appreciate the opportunity to join you.
Thank you, Tom. And Brandon Wynn, you are allowed to speak.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Wynn. Fifth generation, sixth generation, whatever, New Mexican, avid hunter, and as many of the commissioners know, avid follower and instigator of change on the New Mexico State Game Commission. And I'm just here listening in, and I want to make some general comments at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And next, Robert Apodaca.
Good morning, board. Morning, commission. Robert Apodaca. I'm a consultant with the Jicarilla Apache Nation, but also from Taos, New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And that is everyone that has their hand raised at the moment.
All right, thank you, Tristiana. I think we need to do some cleanup on item number 6. I need a motion to reconsider the second motion.
Chairman Stump, as we reviewed how the motions were made. So we believe that there's a clarification needed to bring us into compliance with Open Meetings Act. So the second motion made by Salazar Hickey involved basically postponing the amendments being approved or disapproved, or, basically that was the content. And then over the next few weeks, working with Director Sloan on those revisions. I believe, and we've discussed with the attorney, we do need to either approve or disapprove or amend, and we are not in the position to amend today because we would like to review the records. So I am going to make a motion that we disapprove the minutes from the January meeting with the notation that over the next few weeks that I'm happy, and I'm sure any of the commissioner, to work with Director Sloan on adding additional commentary to that set of minutes to be reconsidered for approval then at our next meeting.
I second.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think we would need to have a motion to reconsider and a second and a vote on that motion and then a new motion.
So can I have a motion to reconsider?
Let's start with that one. So Chairman Stump, I make a motion to reconsider item 6A, the minutes.
I do have a second.
I second.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now you're going to make the next motion.
You want me to say that again? Okay. Commissioner Stump, I move that the minutes from the January meeting be disapproved with the understanding that Director Stump will work with myself or any other commissioner on revisions to those minutes to more accurately reflect some of the broader discussions, and that we'll represent those in the June meeting. Oh, did I say that? Oh, Director Sloan, I am sorry. Work with Director Sloan. Thank you.
I second.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, commissioners. Oh, yeah. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, housekeeping's done. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 7. We have 2 presentations by 2 governmental entities that have requested to present to the commission today. First, we'll hear from the Jicarilla Apache Nation, and then we'll hear from Catron County. We will allow commission questions after and public comment pertaining to each presentation. So if I could get the Jicarilla Apache Nation to come up, please.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Bernard Inez Jr. I am the director of the Hickory Game and Fish Department. Once again, I would like to thank you guys. Chairman Stump, I do appreciate your efforts in getting us on the agenda for today's meeting. I do have some packets here. I sent out some emails in regards to some letters and supporters of this presentation. I'm not sure if you guys received that. Can I approach and give you guys this information?
Please. Chief Lyle will bring them up.
Yes, sir. Okay, so like I mentioned, Bernard Inez, Director of the Game and Fish Department. I do have Mr. Kyle Tater. He is the Hickory Game and Fish wildlife biologist, and Honorable Vice President Jimmy Garcia, Hickory Apache Nation, with me for this presentation. Yeah. All right, so we'll just get into the meat and potatoes of our presentation. Our objectives for this presentation are to share our knowledge of mule deer in our region, share our concerns to the commissioners, the urgent biological need and public support to reform Game Management Unit 2B, Deer Management, to gain the New Mexico Department Game and Fish support for change, and to create a roadmap to change deer management in Unit 2B from an opportunity to a quality unit. We feel that this is time sensitive because of our studies and data and the decline of mule deer in the area. So for those that might not know, the Jicarilla Apache Nation is located in north central New Mexico, where the Colorado Plateau meets the Rocky Mountains. The reservation encompasses 850,000 acres with incredible wildlife values and lies in the proximity of off-reservation high country, the southern San Juan Mountains, making some of the best big game habitat in the West. So part of our philosophy in conservation management is exceptional habitat equals healthy wildlife. I think we can all agree to that. And this slide just kind of shows some of that stuff that we do, you know, working the sagebrush fields, mountain mahogany stuff, planting. As stewards of the land, we know it is important for us to give back to our land and make it as healthy as possible for our wildlife. So Jicarilla Apache Nation Wildlife Management Fund was born out of necessity. As you guys may know, Native American sovereigns are excluded from sharing over $1 billion in federal excess taxes that fund state programs. And because we do not get any of that money, we had to find a way to fund that, and that is through our management practices in our jurisdiction. So this was kicked off 1993, the Supreme Court ruling, the New Mexico versus Mescalero tribe. That kind of was the starting point of Jicarilla building the self-reliant program. So everything that we do within our jurisdiction is science, data, and fact-driven. That's how we make our decisions. Our priority is to trial members for hunting opportunity for cultural reasons, as well as it is part of our way of life. With that said, we do offer a very limited opportunity for non-members, and this is part of that self-reliant funding source. So any threat to our model of self-reliant wildlife management is considered infringement on our sovereignty. So a little bit of history and values of the Jicarilla Nation and the department. So the department was established in 1957 to manage programs for all fish and wildlife and species in our jurisdiction. The nation's lands comprise of 850,000 acres. So because wildlife and habitat is so dear and important to the Jicarilla Apache people, over the years, the nation has purchased adjacent lands, ranches that we have put into trust that permanently protects for future use. So over the years, this is about 131,283 acres that have been permanently protected. Our commitment, like I had mentioned, is to our tribal membership. It is our way of life. Mule deer in particular is culturally significant to our people. It is used in ceremonies. It is used in our feasts. It is used in our teachings to our young, as well as taking care of our elders. We do have strong public support from our community, as well as our neighboring friends, if you will. And we have always had support from our Jicarilla leadership because this is pretty important to us. Like I mentioned, the Jicarilla Apache, hunting isn't just hunting for us. It is a way of life. It is teachings that have been passed down from generation to generation. A mule deer just isn't a deer to us. It is a being that we connect with. Like I said, is used in our religious ceremonies, our culture, and of course, it helps fund our efforts in conservation, just like what was mentioned earlier with the officers that were sitting here, fish funding their programs. This is what it does for us. So the science-based conservation that mule deer require is also the preservation of culture and life ways that have grown and evolved with deer since the beginning of time. I think this picture is pretty powerful. This is an elder within our community. The gentleman sitting behind me, Mr. Albert Posada, that is his grandmother. She is one of the very fortunate that was able to get a mule deer last year, and he harvested that for her. We have always managed and had to cut permits to make sure that this resource is there for our needs. And we are seeing this decline, and that's why we are here to hopefully come up with a plan as Jicarillas, as well as the state of New Mexico, to manage mule deer in our region. So some of the awards and achievements, as you can see, are on the board. Tribal Wildlife Program of the decade from the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society in 1994. High honor recipient from the Harvard University honoring contributions in the governance of American Indian Nations program, 1999. Sport Heritage Award of Excellence from Sporting Classics Daily, 2017. Tribal Excellence and Conservation Award from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, 2023. We do our best, and I feel like we are the best at what we do when it comes to mule deer, and we are here to hopefully send that message and work together for this cause. Right now, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Kyle Tater, the wildlife biologist. He'll start going over some of the science and data that the nation has acquired over decades. Sit there.
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you for having us today, Chairman Stump and Commission. Again, my name is Kyle Tater. We've been working on this issue for 5 years. This is near and dear to me. I am from Dulce. I grew up in the community, and I, for better or worse, I'm an Aggie, right? How many Aggies do we have up there? All right. The Jicarilla Apache Nation is successful because we believe in our data. We believe in our monitoring. It detects threats and it prevents and or mitigates impacts. It's something that we are very proud of. It's something that we implement annually. I mean, we're very intensive in how we do things. One of those things is migration. We've been working on migration since the early 80s, and we know a lot about what elk and deer do in the region, generally speaking, how deer in particular utilize the landscape to survive and reproduce. Just a little, note on migration and what it is. Migration is a learned life strategy in mule deer. Research indicates that this strategy is passed along maternally. So if a fawn's mama moved, that deer would adopt the same life strategy. Further, deer notoriously lack the ability to adapt or change their life strategies. Things like migration routes, timing, highway crossings, fawning areas, winter grounds, environmental cues, and more. Mule deer exhibit extreme fidelity to these things learned and passed on through ancestral knowledge gained from generations before them. This lack of plasticity makes deer incredibly specialized and in tune with the land they depend on, but also equally vulnerable to hard change and rapid change, such as barriers, energy development, habitat loss, fragmentations, and natural events like drought. Thus, on a population scale, a diverse set of strategies is optimal for buffering uncertainty. To me, it forces us to look across the fence and realize that on an ecosystem level that we need to become better partners with the folks that are influencing management. So this slide is incredibly busy and might be difficult to interpret, but it's purposely done. What we have learned over the years is wintering animals move northeast from winter range and summering animals move southwest. The complexity comes with the jurisdictions. So each color represents a different land jurisdiction or land ownership. The colors, so BLM land would be yellow. Tribal land would be the gray. So you could see Jicarilla Apache Nation and then Southern Ute above the Colorado border. And then green would be U.S. Forest Service lands. Similarly, the deer movements from the Crow Mesa study conducted in Unit 2C have also been mapped. Both of these maps demonstrate the intertwined and complex landscape linked by elk and deer migration. Again, when I look at these maps, I immediately think of the network of players, the depth of what it will take for wildlife to compete for its rightful place on the landscape. And my job, or our job as wildlife professionals, to advocate for wildlife. The key to advocate for wildlife, collaboratively in this case, because migration provides that umbrella. We had breakfast with a gentleman the other day on this issue, and he dubbed the San Juan Interstate deer herd a national treasure, and I thought it very fitting for this meeting. It is a national treasure. It is super unique. It is something that is near and dear to I think everyone in this room that understands what's on the table. A natural wonder that is so very important that it crosses 4 jurisdictions. So Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Southern Ute, Jicarilla Apache Nation, and New Mexico. This map is from the ROSA study, which was conducted in Unit 2B, and it demonstrates the vast movements that mule deer are using. So important that our predecessors established a group. It's called the San Juan Interstate Wildlife Working Group, established in 1988. It was intended to promote and communicate open communication and coordinated management of migrating big game. Members, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Jicarilla Game and Fish, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, and the Southern Ute. Other partners that have been at the table and are certainly always welcome at the table would be BLM, U.S. Forest Service, state land, and private holders. It's been in place since 1988. In 2009, there was a MOU that kind of was in place between Colorado and New Mexico, directing the New Mexico Game and Fish and Colorado Parks and Wildlife to work together in managing wildlife. But it also excluded the 2 sovereigns in the region as signatories. Basically, since that time, it's been a good faith annual meeting where we share information that's already been publicly available. It's a formality. So an assessment of migration in Game Management Unit 2B, this is what I could find and from the literature and what we know about deer in the region. It's 90 to 95% migratory. It serves as an incredibly important winter range to a regional deer herd, ranging from Pagosa Springs to north of Bayfield to Chama. All of these deer that are summering in this area will come down and overwinter in Unit 2B. Incredibly important. Just some thoughts that I have on important winter ranges. Overwinter survival requires habitat enforcement, oil and gas mitigation, in this case in Unit 2. Access management so that we minimize disturbance. Law enforcement, of course. Protection, and one of those things is harvest restraint. You're concentrating deer on winter range. It's not something that we would advocate for, heavy harvest. So migrant deer, again, must travel through 3 different jurisdictions to reach Game Management Unit 2B. Based on some of the research that we've done, the fall migration date has fallen within October 21st to November 6th. And that's been some recent studies by Hall Sawyer and myself. Game Management Unit 2B, harvest relies on bucks that are born, grown, and protected on surrounding lands. Again, 90 to 95% migratory. So what happened? Excuse me a second. From 2019 to 2022, the New Mexico Department of Game Commission authorized a late season youth hunt for quote, youth on Thanksgiving break. The timing of the hunt and the excessive quota on the hunt was something that we immediately opposed. It was 150 tags issued during the rut. It's something that, if you know mule deer, is something that we would never do at that level. Can be extremely damaging. For the record, we do not oppose youth hunting nor youth hunter success. It's something that we believe in wholeheartedly. We have a variety of youth opportunities on the reservation ourselves. We do oppose excessive harvest during mule deer breeding season. Again, mule deer are extremely vulnerable to rifle harvest during the rut. It was also additive. This is an additive effect to the already excessive quotas in Unit 2B issued during non-youth seasons. So 1,750 licenses is what's currently being issued in Unit 2B. The last cycle was around 2,500. This period effectively liquidated buck abundance in age class. The current deer roll from 2023 to 2026 continues to excessively harvest and remove annual cohorts of bucks, thereby reducing any possibility of recruiting older age class males into the population until the harvest strategy is drastically changed to restore buck age class. Some of our issues and concerns, if we were to summarize them onto one page, I tried to do that. As the Unit 2B opportunity-based hunts actually took away opportunity from the Hickory Apache people. So there's a fixed number of deer in this system. You know, gaining opportunity for youth in Unit 2B sound is really great, but it was actually taking opportunity from Hickory Apache. Late or rut hunts exploit hickory game and fish deer conservation efforts. Impacts have been compounded by record-breaking drought, and I'll get to that here in a second. Also detrimental effects to regional health, abundance, and age class of bucks, the Hickory Apache culture and traditions, regional hunting opportunity and economy, the Hickory Apache model for self-reliance and sovereignty, constituents, individuals, businesses, and tribes. I would like to remind the commission that your constituents or your folks are also the Hickory Apache people. Unilateral and damaging decisions are a clear violation of state law. The State Tribal Collaboration Act of 2009, also a district court order from 1990 that I'll familiarize the group with. Back in I believe it was 1990 or 88, I should say, the Hickory Apache Nation purchased El Poso and Thies ranches and put them into the federal trust. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish argued the process was illegal and they had jurisdiction over hunting and fishing regulation on these purchased lands. March 6, 1990, the judgment in favor of the Hickory Apache Nation stipulated the nation and state work together and to coordinate annual allocation of mule deer and elk permits in Unit 2, 4, 5, and the Hickory Apache Reservation. For perspective, I have compared the two sovereigns, if you will. So Unit 2B is on the right and the Hickory Apache Nation is on the left. I titled this slide, Same Deer Herd Conflicting Management, because I think that is very true. For perspective, Hickory Apache Nation, 850,000 acres. Game Management Unit 2B's 477,000 acres. We are issuing 50 licenses this year because that's what the resource allows. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish is issuing 1,750, of which 775 will fall within November seasons. 48 of our licenses are going to tribal members. Most of those will be going to elders. A few opportunities for the general public. 2 of those will be going for November licenses auctioned because that's what funds our model for conservation. Our funding is self-reliant. New Mexico's funding is federal and state excise taxes, permit sales, et cetera. It's much more diverse. Our monitoring is intensive. We monitor everything. We monitor population through aerial surveys. We fly 30 hours every January. We monitor harvest. We have a skinning shed. We pull teeth. We score antlers. We monitor for disease. We have a very in-depth habitat monitoring program on winter range. You name it, we are involved in it. Our research is in-house. I'm not familiar with the state is doing as far as research for elk and deer. Our harvest is for quality opportunity. If we issue a license, we want that individual to have an exceptional hunt, a tribal member or not. Exceptional is a subjective thing, right? Some folks, it might mean harvest. To us, it's opportunity that you will have a successful hunt. You will go out and you'll have opportunity to harvest. So habitat work, very intensive. We are actively working on all habitats on the reservation. Annual workloads, we're a very small staff, but we were able to perform some great things. Habitat work in Unit 2B is mainly by the federal government. Regulations set annually. We work very hard to compile these data every year, and it is quite the hustle from about January to March to get annual proclamations out. And as Director Inez says, everything we do is science-driven as the resource allows. We are extremely proactive. New Mexico 2B, regulations are set 4 years into the future, and everything that we've talked about or discussed, it seems to have a social precedence. Drought. Drought seems to be a part of life in New Mexico these days, right? Unfortunately. What we're looking at here is basically the two jurisdictions. The top is the Hickory Apache Nation. The bottom is Revocations County because I could not find a polygon for Unit 2B. Drought in itself from 2000 on the left all the way to present day on the right. The blue line with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish logo on it, it depicts when the youth hunt was authorized and what we're concerned about today. I guess to summarize what has happened is the area has been basically 100% in drought from 2018, again in 2020 to 2022, and again in 2024. Again, record-setting drought since the beginning of time that they've been collecting these things. We've experienced extreme, severe, damaging drought. In a time where proactive deer management would have actually called for reduced harvest levels, adjustments have not been made by the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to mitigate drought impacts. Instead, the inaction compounded them. We're looking at a fawn recruitment chart. Again, on the x-axis, 1998 to present day, and I've overlaid the drought, diagram underneath it. We believe that a minimum of 50 fawns per 100 is ideal. It's our sort of bare minimum number of fawns and what we should be, our objective is. For perspective, 0 to 30 is obviously very bad, and we've seen some pretty bad ratios over time, drought-driven mainly. 30 to 50 fawns are okay. Research indicates that 66 or better is actually what we need to grow a deer herd these days. So as you can see by our data, we're well below. We're in a downward trend and downward decline. Again, the blue line depicts when the youth hunt was authorized. We're certainly not saying that the youth hunt impacted fawn numbers. That's, no one's hunting fawns out there. We are saying conditions would have dictated some better planning, I guess. This chart depicts something much different. So Hickory Apache Nation buck trends through time. Again, since 1999 on the left, you can see it kind of bouncing around stable herd buck numbers. And then in about 2019, the youth hunt began, and we have an inflection point where we start seeing a downward decline. We are seeing the number of bucks per 100 does steadily declining. We are also seeing the total number of bucks declining. We're typically seeing 750 to 800 deer in an annual survey. This last year, we saw 450 total. in 30 hours of flying on the Hickory Apache Nation. 850,000 acres of 30 hours of flying. For perspective, the 1,750 licenses that are issued in Unit 2B removes around 500 deer a year. So, moving forward, we are looking forward. Mule deer need our help, and I mean that sincerely, need our help. One of the things that is needed most is conservative harvest. In our opinion, is the solution. It's something that should have been done when drought started. Reduce harvest. Quality deer management has multiple benefits to the region's deer herd, regardless of jurisdiction. It's good for everyone, all the users within the migration chain. Rebuild the diversity and resilience in our herds by generating or regenerating depleted buck age, class, and structure. Help us strengthen and protect the connections between mule deer and our constituents. Support the Hickory Apache model for conservation, and provide an example that the state of New Mexico serves New Mexico's most diverse communities and respects New Mexico's first inhabitants. It's something that we feel very strongly about. Working together for the benefit of shared wildlife. These are some of our supporters. So we've been talking with a bunch of folks in the region, or they've been talking with us. There's been a lot of concern over the last 5 years. We've had lots of intense conversations, a lot of hard conversations sometimes. But this list of folks up on the slide are folks that support what we're doing today, that have written letters, I think, to the commission expressing their support. Southern Ute Indian Tribe are strong supporters. They are very similar in their management strategy to us. Mescalero Apache Tribe, Representative Derek Lenti, Senator Benny Shendo Jr., Chama Peak Land Alliance, which are landowners within the region. New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides, Safari Club International, Four Corners Chapter, and of course, future generations of mule deer lovers. I'm one of them, but I also have 4 sons, and that's who I'm talking about when I say this. Numerous local businesses that, whether or not they're wildlife related or not, they have reached out to us expressing concerns. I've had many conversations with non-hunters, maybe not anti-hunters, but folks that don't go out in the woods and harvest for themselves that are concerned. Hunters, conservationists, and of course, tribal membership. Roswell's a long drive, right, from Dulce, New Mexico, and we have a lot of support from Dulce behind us. There's a lot of folks on our Zoom call right now that are supporting us, and so on and so forth. We also have a petition. We started a petition in Dulce. We had a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago on this very issue, and one of the ideas that came of that was, why don't we get a signature log? And from that effort, we ended up getting 512 signatures from tribal membership and folks in the community.
So I'd like to read this letter. Mr. Stump, I am respectfully requesting that the following 500+ signatures be accepted into record. The list of individuals have been informed of the New Mexico Game and Fish meeting in Roswell, New Mexico on April 25th, 2025. And their wishes are for their signatures to be accepted as New Mexico residents who support change in New Mexico Game Unit 2B in accordance with the Hickory Game and Fish petition.
So here's some of our ideas for a permanent solution. We'd like to shorten the timescale that New Mexico operates their mule deer management on. Our concern is mule deer require much more proactive management. Reconsider the 4-year cycle to allow the state of New Mexico staff to adapt and proactively manage for uncertainty, which seems to be the only certainty these days, within a biologically appropriate time frame. We'd also respectfully ask for enhanced communication and adherence to the New Mexico State Collaboration Act, the court order from 1990, and the existing framework that exists within the San Juan Interstate Wildlife Working Group. I think one of the things that I would love to see is the San Juan Interstate Wildlife Working Group already provides the framework for collaborative work. It just needs to be taken more seriously from the top down. I think we can definitely boost the importance of this group. Immediate action. Again, mule deer need change. The magnitude of this problem requires immediate action. We are asking for a 20% reduction under the authority of Director Sloan. We ask for a 20% reduction in Unit 2B tags beginning in the 2026 season. We also request that 20% reduction come from November rifle seasons. Option B would be open the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish deer roll from 2023 to 2026 and just switch it to quality deer management effective in 2026. With the overall overarching goal of adopting quality deer management Unit 2B by 2027. That is the goal. I'm going to turn over the last slide to Vice President Jimmy Garcia.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Thank you, Chairman Stump. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. We had several meetings leading up to today at Director's office and also at the Capitol building in Santa Fe. So I guess we'll do the slide first and then I'll have some additional comments. But our desirable outcome from the New Mexico Game Commission is number one, direct Mr. Sloan and staff to sit with Jicarilla Game and Fish for a thorough review of issues and impacts that were presented today. And number two, jointly develop a plan of action to address and resolve issues short-term and long-term. And number three is to provide recommendations to the commission to address and resolve the outstanding issues identified for commission action at June, the Red River meeting. We will be in attendance. And so those are our asks for today. And just to kind of elaborate on what things that were said earlier. So the mule deer, we're here in protection of the mule deer herds. We realize we have a different strategy in managing with the state, and that's what we're here to work collaboratively to preserve our shared resource in the future. So the importance of the mule deer to the Jicarilla people is goes back to our creation story. In the beginning, we came into this world on a ladder made of deer antlers. That's how we came to this world. And in today, as Mr. Inez stated, we use it primarily in our coming of age fees for our young maidens or young females. And they wear a cape made of deer hide. And it's to symbolize womanhood and vigor within a nation and our future. And also, we believe that the deer were created and given to the Jicarilla people by our Hashtin. That's our holy people. So that's the significance here and why we seek to protect the mule deer. So in addition to these three requests here, I guess it was covered, just to emphasize, we request that you all familiar yourselves with the state laws, particularly the Indian Collaboration Act. And we request a delegate from your staff who we could work with, a liaison, because this one's very important to myself and to the nation, because since 2019, we've been excluded from meetings. We haven't been informed. We find out of your decisions, the state's decisions, when it goes to publication, and that's in clear violation of state laws. So we request a liaison and to be informed of all future meetings, and we will be in attendance like we are today. We look forward to the June meeting and future meetings, and we look forward to the collaboration that we could reach a partnership to the management styles moving forward that will benefit both parties. And we request that all these requests are part of the state laws. So just kind of familiarize yourself, and we'll provide you with our contact information so we can work together. And again, just please provide us with a liaison. And I will those are just my requests. We look forward to the government relationship. And again, thank you, Chairman Stump, for coming to the meeting in Santa Fe and just hearing our concerns. Thank you, board. Thank you to my tribal members today for making the trip here. We appreciate you all.
Thank you. It was a really good presentation. We appreciate that. And thank you for all your tribal members that showed up in support of you. I appreciate you bringing the petition to our attention as well. And that's a lot of information. I think that we'll take all this under advisement and look at what you're proposing. It's a big ask for the state, the hunters of the state. They may have to have some input in this public comment. So with that in mind, I'd like to you would share your data with our biologists. That could be very helpful in making these decisions. The deer rule will open in less than a year, so that will be a conversation. And of course, we're going to have public comment as well from your folks that are here today, or whoever else wants to have public comment regarding this issue. So if we have public commenters, I don't have anything registered, do I?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we've received any cards related to this agenda item, but it seems like there might be folks here that would like to comment, or potentially folks online.
Are you aware of any people that want to comment? No.
No.
I have a hand back there.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Anthony Madrid. As I shared earlier, I grew up in Cuba, New Mexico. I also resided in Blanco, New Mexico for 17 years. So I spent the majority of my life growing up in northern New Mexico. So grew up hunting in Game Management Unit 2B. I've had some amazing experiences with my family out there hunting 2B. And just over the years, we've seen a significant decline in mule deer quality in Game Management Unit 2B. So just want to encourage the commission to take a hard look and help us restore that quality in Game Management Unit 2B.
Thank you.
Chair Stump, Commission, Charles Tripp. I believe you have my card in your hand right now. But I work in that area on and off, and for the last 15 years, there's been great herds there. The last 4 or 5 years, they're almost non-existent. Used to see herds of 40, 50 in winter running around together, bucks and does. And now if you see one all winter, you're lucky. So I think it's only fitting to reduce numbers similar to what the Jicarilla is putting out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions?
I have a question. Director Sloan, do we already have a liaison or anyone that works with the department between them and us?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, we have a tribal liaison, our archaeologist, Jack Young, who interacts with all the tribes, nations, and pueblos. And we also have Warren DeBouvier is our deer biologist who participates in the San Juan Working Group.
Yes. Would you please provide the information to the individuals you mentioned? Because we have not had any conversations with either of them. Thank you.
Chairman Stuff.
Yes.
We have sat with Oren multiple times.
Yeah.
I don't know who Jack Young is. I didn't know there was a state tribal liaison for the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have a couple questions. Let me write this down real quick.
Chairman Stump, may I
Yes.
make a comment?
Yes.
Respectfully, the nation and the 500 signatures that were brought are New Mexico hunters. They are residents, rooted New Mexicans here, so.
Yeah, it's
when
important. Thank you.
When you said, you know, we want public input,
Mhm.
I would like that to be considered as each individual's voice, that signature. Because we are New Mexico residents, we pay taxes. We are the First Nations established before the state of New Mexico. We've been here. So if we're not looked at as New Mexico residents and a strong voice, then I think something's broken. And I don't think that it's broken. I just think that we need to realize that, you know, we are part of New Mexico.
Bernard, I can assure you, you're being heard as New Mexico residents.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. You mentioned a couple of things in your presentation. One of them was that hunters in 2B take opportunity away from hunters on the reservation. But I wasn't clear on what that meant.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chairman Stump. What I was referring to there was the 2019 youth hunt. We've never been overly excited with the opportunity-based harvest in Unit 2B. That's dating back to the early 80s. We've never been excited about that. It's completely different than what our philosophy and management style is. It became damaging in 2019. That late season youth hunt, if you understand what deer do migration wise, it took away opportunity from tribal members. We hunt deer in October. As that migration chain continues down and crosses, not all, but some deer cross into Unit 2B, right? That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And have you spoken with the Colorado Department at all about this? Because there's a huge migration that mainly comes from Colorado, correct?
If I may just add a comment to that last question you had.
Yes.
And our strategy is science-based. So every year, these gentlemen here and their department, they do the scientific data and they present it to our council annually. And we do the Hunters Compact. And that's how we're requesting that you all kind of include in your strategy and not the 4-year plan, because it's more flexible to the immediate concerns like the drought and the impacts of the hunting. But that's how we conduct our studies, is annually, and it goes before our council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Stump, to your question about Colorado, we do speak with CPW staff, San Juan Interstate Wildlife Working Group. Our concerns are not necessarily with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They implement a 4th season hunt in November, just, you know, like statewide Colorado does. Our understanding of migration is deer migrate out of Colorado by the time that 4th season is there. Typically, there's very few deer. I hunt 4th season around Pagosa Springs all the time. And there's a big flush of migration, typically that 3rd week of October, just like the data suggests. And by the time that the rut occurs, they're on winter range. That's what the literature has said. That's what research has said. The other big component to Colorado is Southern Ute tribal lands. Southern Ute also is what I would call a sanctuary. They are extremely conservative on their harvest. Part of that migration chain, especially the lower elevation, is Southern Ute lands. So if they can survive 3rd and 4th season bucks, I'm saying, and get onto Southern Ute lands, there's a very small likelihood that they would get harvested at any meaningful rate. Once they cross into New Mexico, that's a different story.
Okay, thank you. Shit, just my train of thought. As far as the Colorado migration goes, that also is what you're talking about, the youth hunt and the number of tags that were in the youth hunt, which is down to 25 currently. So before, do you recall what that was, Director Sloan? how many tags we've dropped that from?
I want to say it was 150. Mr.
150.
Chairman.
That's correct. Okay. Do any other comments or?
I have a question. So I am a wildlife biologist, Aggie, as well. I believe I don't know if I was with you on classes.
You look familiar.
You look, okay. So I do have some questions on based on scientific data, and I am gonna agree. I mean, I don't think nobody can disagree that mule deer populations has declined on this whole southwest of the United States and northern Mexico. I have talked to Texas, their population is declining. Arizona population is declining. Sonora, huge mule deer population is declining. Chihuahua, big time declining. So yes, I agree. I agree with everything that it was presented. As well, if we go to the charts over here that you provided, if you can put the migration patterns, we can start from there. So let's go right there. You're requesting to be drop license 2B. Okay, let's put something in perspective. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, the state of New Mexico only hunts bucks. We do not hunt those, which bucks to really make a big impact into the population, it will have to be, as you know, pretty high percentage of bucks to be able to be harvested. And I believe, if correct me if I'm wrong, but we're within the 10% or lower of bucks harvest within the state of New Mexico of the population. So can somebody answer that?
Mr.
Maybe?
Chair, Commissioner, I think I'm going to defer to Stuart on that one because I'm not exactly sure which 10% we're talking about.
Well, I mean, what is the percentage of bucks that we will, if you call it on a, yeah, in a population? What would you say it is?
Do you know the answer?
So I think there's a percent of the population of males that you take out every year, but I think the concern from a population dynamics, herd growth or stabilization, fawns drive population growth, female survival drives population growth. I think we would say the only time that male harvest would drive population growth or decline of the female segment of the population is when we get below 10% or $10 per 100 does. And I think that's where we look at from a breeding standpoint, where you get below a point where you don't have enough males in the population to breed females. And so we look at that ratio at about below 10 to 100, where we would say that you maybe have a potential male harvest driven issue that could affect populations, but not, again, we believe, fawns and females are driving the actual totality of the numbers of animals in the population.
Correct. Okay. With that being said, here, you're requesting 2B, your migration patterns here, they go, I don't see migration patterns from 2B migrating into the Jicarillas.
That's
Correct.
true, because we are not able to capture deer in Unit 2B. This is an example of where we are able to collar on Jicarilla Apache Nation winter range. But it is very similar based on all the literature available. Next slide, Unit 2C, along with the ROSA study in itself, that similar patterns exist. We would not ever capture deer in Unit 2B, therefore our maps would not have data that goes there.
I believe there is some data of 2B. I've seen data from 2B, and the migration patterns, they actually go north to Colorado.
Similar patterns. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just trying to put everything, I'm not arguing the data. I'm just trying to put everything in context, okay? So those migrations, if they go from 2B to Colorado, what Colorado is doing for those migrations to return into New Mexico? That will be impact into 2B populations, correct?
Sure. In this is a great illustration of that, the ROSA study. I will say, to your point, there's huge data gaps in between Unit 2C and Southern 2B.
Okay.
And I think that would be something that would answer that question if it was necessary.
Okay. So, oh, thank you for that. That's what I was trying to get. So thank you for that. On the, you mentioned that you decreased in the last 5 years, you have decreased harvest.
Yes, sir.
Correct? What is what you have decreased within the reservation?
What we would call in the good old days was 250 licenses a year, right?
Okay.
That was the maximum when, deer herds were productive, fawn recruitment rates were high, adult sex ratios are where they need to be, et cetera, et cetera. 250. We haven't been there in a while.
Okay, from 250 to 50 now?
To 50.
Okay, if I ask you, what is your population? How much has increased in the last 5 years?
The population?
Yes.
The population is
Or
not
recruitment or buck to doe ratio?
No, I mean, I can show you. Let's see here. Which way am I going? Apologies. So I agree with Chief Liley, fawns drive population abundance, right? We're not talking about growing a deer herd. We're talking about restoring buck age, class, and abundance. So every fawn matters in drought. That's the future. So in 2018, 2019, when drought first struck, projecting 4 years into the future, that's what we're talking about today, or, the last year. We've seen severe and extreme drought occurrences and depleted fawn recruitment rates basically since 2018. So we're not talking about growing deer herds. We're not talking about harvesting does. That's not what we're talking about at all. We're talking about restoring what we have. Drought basically makes the piece of the pie shrink. And the slices are still maybe the same. We manage our adult sex ratios by cutting permits. We want to make sure that our 40 per 100 buck to doe ratio is where it's at. That's a sacrifice that the nation has made. Later and later seasons in Unit 2B and the way migration happens and all the things that are occurring in the region are basically shooting us all in the foot.
I just want to make sure that New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, the state of New Mexico, manages for population size, for numbers, not for quality right now. So I want to make sure that is completely understood, that we're not if what is being asked is quality, management for quality, that would be completely different management strategies.
Absolutely. That's what we're asking for, Commissioner.
Okay.
A wholesale change in Unit 2B.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clementa, Commissioner Terzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle, 20 years ago, you and I were litigating at the poker table when we were in college. And thank you, Mr. President, Director. I've known Kyle for quite some time. We went to school together, and you have a good staff here. I mean, when I've met with him in Pagosa Springs regarding the gray wolf reintroduction in Colorado, that fiasco on that side of the line, but you guys are going to be on the front lines when they come down south. So he's a good guy in your team. On the 20%, you go back to the we had the comparison of right there. So right now you're requesting that to reduce about 355 licenses from that, our proc, so to say, to that you see that would be sustainable to raise the quality population up.
Commissioner Lopez, yes, sir. I think that's a reasonable ask, given the circumstances. And I know that's something that's in statute that allows Director Sloan to take action immediately. It's a gesture that you guys are willing to hear us. I think the final solution is the 2027 deer rule, where we can sit down and come into an agreement on, what the future looks like. But in 2026, yes, we are asking for a 20% reduction in November. That's where it's most meaningful to what we're trying to resolve. Yes.
And in your data with the drought, that's encompassing, I drive to Dulce going to Farmington most of the time. That's encompassing, and I see how it's dry going through the Caracas area and taking the back road of 112 to Osvaldo along the lake. And I've never been deep into reservation where gas buggy and the base exists, right? but is it the drought really severe in that area on the top of Archuleta Mesa and that area?
What we're seeing is, back to the drought monitor graph, maybe I didn't explain that completely. The bottom is Rio Arriba County, and basically if it's red and dark, that's really bad. That means 100% of the land base is in severe or extreme or exceptional drought. It doesn't get higher than exceptional. So the dark red is exceptional. We have seen on our south end of the reservation, which would be Unit 2C for New Mexico, we have seen native trees die. You know, so we're seeing extreme conditions out there. Pino and juniper stands are 20 to 30% mortality, you know, drought-stricken type stuff. All of our habitat monitoring, winter range browse, mountain mahogany, antelope bitterbrush, big sage, gamble oak, all of those things, of course, are drought-driven, right? So we're seeing impacts to that as well. Those are all deer food. And deer are, like I said earlier, are the most in tune with the habitat. So reduction in habitat, reduction in deer.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kyle.
Commissioner Fulford, go ahead.
I just had a few clarification questions more than anything. So one of your main concerns is the youth hunt. Is that what I'm understanding?
The 2019 youth hunt was unprecedented. It was something that was unilaterally decided. It was something that in 2019 we found out about at the San Juan Interstate Wildlife Working Group after the proclamations had already come out. We immediately said, whoa, hold on. You know, this is going to create issues. It's around Thanksgiving. Mule deer are rutting around Thanksgiving. 150 for 4 years is unacceptable. It's just too many. And that hunt reported a 96% harvest success rate. Most of New Mexico's hunts are in the teens, if I understand that correctly, harvest success rate. So that should tell, you know, timing is important, seasonality is important. Understanding of migration and how it might impact your neighbor is important. That was our contention and is our contention today.
So the other clarification is I've heard a lot about the quality, but is it quality that you're mainly concerned, or is it the quantity of the animals, of the mule deer, or is it what?
Commissioner Fulford, in my opinion, the quantity is dictated by drought. The quality is dictated by us in this room. The structure of our herds is something that we can control. Mother Nature holds the cards, right? That's our contention.
You said your habitat work was intensive. Can you give us some examples of kind of what you do for the habitat to improve it for the wildlife?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Basically, everything we do on the reservation habitat-wise has mule deer in mind. Of course, we have lots and lots of elk. We have other species, but it's all mule deer centric. So mule deer are concentrate selectors. They require early successional plants. They require high quality feed. Whereas a cow or an elk or something like that is more of a bulk concentrated. You know, they can eat almost anything. I joke that they can eat cardboard and survive, right? Mule deer are not. They are very specialized. So everything we do is food-wise is to generate early successional species. So aspen regeneration, sagebrush enhancement, Pino and juniper mastication, reseeding, noxious weed treatments, water developments, water catchments, guzzlers, solar wells, erosion control. I mean, you name it. We are very active. We have a full-time bulldozer operator that cleans out ponds. It doesn't help if it doesn't rain or snow, but you know, having that cup available when it does is important. We've been toying around with bentonite clay in some of our soils, and it seems to be working wonderfully. We really like wildlife guzzlers. It's you know, putting water in spots that's really hard to get water into. Things like that. You name it, we do it.
Any type of farming or anything?
We like to keep things as natural as possible. That is our strength. If you've ever been, and we welcome a tour, you ever want to come look at the Hickory Apache Nation, I'd be happy to take you on a tour of all the work that we do. We are extremely diverse. We are high in cover values. We're high in browse species. That's what makes our mule deer world renowned, in my opinion. Starts with the soil, goes into the plant species. We like to keep it as natural and healthy as possible because we don't like to concentrate animals onto a alfalfa field, for example.
You had in there oil and gas mitigation. What's that consist of?
Typically on the Hickory Apache Nations, some of the things that we worry about is seasonality and making sure that disturbance is minimized. You know, if you have a concentrated winter range, you have deer on winter range and they're constantly getting moved by an oil and gas truck, that creates a disturbance and an indirect effect on habitat. That's typically what we do. We're also very active in the reclamation process. You know, so when a well gets plugged and abandoned, you know, the nation has a process where it gets put back into the landscape, so to speak. Roads get closed. We have on-site visits, et cetera, to put that well back into the landscape. One of the new ideas is getting kids involved in that process and trying to get, you know, plant some browse species on an old lease road or a well pad and things like that.
What about wolf impact? Have you seen anything?
We're about to be the meat in the sandwich. From the north, we're seeing northern grays, and from the south, we have Mexican grays, right? And I'll leave it at that. We have not seen any impacts. No, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Fulfer. Sir.
I'd like to add to his first question. Could you repeat it, please? The first question you had?
The main concern with youth hunt?
Yeah, so on that, just to reiterate a comment I made earlier, again, we were not given notice of that. That's one of the main issues today's discussions, that we please be made aware of that on a government-to-government basis. Because we were not made aware of that, and we were feeling the impacts of it. So please, we were not at the table for those meetings. So please, in the future, extend the invitation to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Fulfer, are you done? Okay, Commissioner Pack, sounds like you have a question.
I do. If you go to your last slide. So I'm wondering on the, Director Sloan, you mentioned the liaison. Their request, I think, here is to review some of these issues and maybe at the next meeting we discuss them, and I know Chief Eiley that I'm sure you have studies and research and things being done. And that's why we on the 4-year rule. I've listened to your reasoning on that. I wonder if we could update that or something and have those discussions. Is that a possibility between now and the next meeting to work on some of this and at least come back to the next meeting and discuss it more fully?
Yeah, that is my intention.
Sure. Once again, we please be included in those discussions as a government-to-government basis.
That's what I'm requesting.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying is that liaison. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners?
Just one comment. Mr. President, Director, and Biologist, thank you for making the long trip from northern Rehoboth County down here to Roswell, and as well as the tribal membership who's represented in council members. Like I said, I do go to Jicarilla a lot for Little Beaver, and had the privilege of going a couple of years to go GIA, which is very, very interesting and cultural and interesting, which I like. So thank you so much, and I hope that we can collaborate more than we have been doing in the past. And if we haven't, then thank you for letting us know so we can continue to work together. We're sorry.
Thank you. Chairman, got a quick comment for the commissioners. I did mention in a past meeting that it probably would be pretty important for you guys to get the biological studies data. That way you guys can make sound decisions, because I'm not sure if you guys get that. And I did request a presentation from your guys' dear biologist for this meeting. But we were told that that wasn't going to happen from Director Sloan. So I think it is very important, because you guys are the decision makers, to hear that. And we are in full transparency. We want to share data. We want to save mule deer. Back to the national treasure. As New Mexico, we can have the best, and we should have the best. New Mexico don't deserve anything other than that. And I think you guys have a lot on your plate. Do appreciate your guys' time. Like Mr. Tater said, please come join us. We're not mean people. We want to work together. Thank you, guys.
Commissioners, Chair, may I?
Commissioner.
I just want to say thank you. Do we say it then?
Yeah.
It's the last slide. I saved that for the.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think when I introduced myself earlier, I think your traditions are that you describe your family, your clan. My heritage is back to the 17th century and probably older. I do have some native, 30%, and Spanish, Portuguese, but I love New Mexico. That's where I'm from. So thank you for your presentation. I will also say that I'm so impressed today with your presentation. I'm going to reach out, and I already see some nods in the audience here today, that we have many people who come before us and give presentations. And what I heard you provide, information, which I respect, science-based, and thank you, Commissioner Clemente, for your input and your questions. I thought that was very good. Second, your presentation was also concise about what you are seeking. And the request, in my opinion, is not unreasonable. If you can go back, please. Thank you. The request that you have, oh, one more thing before I go into that. Is it Vice President? Yeah. I want you to know that we are not treating your nation or any other nation's tribes in New Mexico differently. We try to be transparent and very public. So when we had the youth hunt, I wasn't here in 2019, but I came in 2020. And everything that we do is on our website. And we try to give public notice. And I respect your biologist, your department chief, or I don't know the title, but anyway, I hope that you continue to see what we have on our website, because we never want to exclude anyone, whether it's the nation or the public. And it includes people outside of New Mexico. I think they also join in. So please do not consider that we were excluding you, okay? But let's get to your next request, the next issue, which is Director Sloan and staff to sit with the Jicarilla Game and Fish for a thorough review of issues and impacts as presented. I don't see that to be an unreasonable request. In fact, I think it's very good. To jointly develop a plan of action to address and resolve issues, short and long term. I think that comes through communication. And 3 recommendations to the commission to address and resolve the outstanding issues identified for the commission action at our June meeting. I respectfully defer to our chair and our commissioners because where we sit, we are always listening to the residents, the people that we represent in our districts or at large. And I think we need to hear from everyone before we make decisions. I respect the department because they're always, I believe, open to information. And so that's what I'm going to defer to the chair, is that we can't make a decision today, but at least can we be open to some of that? The only thing that I would also add in terms of a liaison from the department, Chair Stump, I would also ask that, I know you've been in communication with them before this meeting, and I thank you. That it takes a lot of time to be the chair, trust me, a lot of work. So thank you for your time. But if you would like to continue to be that liaison, or if you want another commissioner to assist you, you know, I think how we proceed is very much always science-based, open, hearing all the sides. I think that's the approach that we always take, our commission, and being very transparent. Thank you, Eden.
Thank you, Commissioner Hickey. Thanks for volunteering my time. These are all discussions that we will definitely have, and rolling back around to Red River. And what you're asking here is to have a paradigm shift from quality, quantity, opportunity to quality. So that's a conversation that we have to have. And we appreciate you very much coming in today. Appreciate all your folks that supporting you coming in today. And we will be in touch.
Chairman Stump.
Yes.
Chair, we have a couple of virtual comments. Do you mind if we listen to those before we close this topic?
Just say something before the.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Clemente speak first, and then we'll have them. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. This is great information. And yes, you're right. Communication is a big key here. Communication, I think it needs to happen. I'm gonna make an invitation to your tribe as well as you made it to us. I want to make an invitation. You know, our information is public. I'm always want to learn, always. You know, we don't know everything, and we want to learn. So please, if you have something that we can be knowledgeable on, if you want to provide some information, please reach out. Please, I'm gonna ask. We're gonna do the other way around as well. And I believe we need to create better data. I believe we need to create better knowledge on our populations. I believe we need to create not only on deer. I think we need to create it on whole ecosystem. Everything that we do is getting more and more challenging. You know, we create a road. We know what a road a 2-track road, what it can do, right? For isolation of populations and things like that. So let's work together. That communication, please, let's keep it going.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, but I have pardon me, Chair, if I may. We had a meeting in early March with Director Sloan at his office with his staff. And we made some requests to him, and those requests were not honored. And that's why we had the follow-up meeting in later March, just making this comment in
okay.
Just what you stated.
Thank you.
So we contacted Chairman Stump, and he joined us at the State Capitol building. We told him our concerns, and we thank you for coming to that meeting and for getting us on the agenda today. But again, just out of transparency, that's what happened. So we had the first meeting, then we had to have a follow-up meeting because our concerns were not addressed at that time at the first meeting. But
thank you for that.
Chairman Stump did take care of it.
Did contact me, and he did. We had some discussion on this regards. He did give me information, and I appreciate that.
And we appreciate that. And as the suggestions for who our liaison may be, we feel comfortable with Chairman Stump. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Stump. Vice President, specifically, what did you ask Director Sloan that he did not provide?
We asked for one to be on the agenda today, and I don't, maybe it was not in his authority to do so, but we did request to share the presentation today and, well, with them, what they.
So there is a process and
Yep,
you're here
okay.
today. And
So that wasn't even explained to us, so that would have been appreciated.
And in the Director Sloan's defense, I think that, you know, we are in the 4-year rule, and it's a management paradigm that we are in right now. And so you're asking to change a big, it's a big change.
Yeah, we request that, but we're just saying if
Yeah.
he's talking about communication and transparency, and
Right.
just making you aware that we did have requests that were not
Okay.
relayed to the board.
Thank you for
yet.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'd also like to point out that Commissioner Clements and I did meet with our deer biologists, and we talked about the paradigm that exists at this point. And so that is, it's very different than what you're asking for. And so there's not a biological need as far as the paradigm that we are under right now, in our view. Just, it is what it is right now. Sir.
I respectfully disagree with that, Chairman Stump. But we can get into the details in these following meetings. And for full transparency, when you know, there's a history here. There's 5 years ago, past director Udain Vicente and myself met in Santa Fe with these same very concerns in 2020, early 2020. We asked for the same meeting with commission, and we were told to just wait and see. So there's a history here. Forgive me if we're, you know, getting passionate about this, but we want change. I think the timing is now, and I appreciate the time today that you've given us. It's been a long time coming.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. And let's close this one up, and we appreciate your guys' presentation once again. And we appreciate all you folks coming down here.
We appreciate your time also, Chair and Commissioners. We look forward to the meetings, and we'll see you all at Red River. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next presentation, I think you might need a break. Okay. So let's take, what 10, 15 minutes? 10 minutes. Today, go ahead and proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stump and fellow commissioners, we just appreciate the opportunity to come and present before you today, and hope that we can get some cooperation with the Game and Fish Department. But we are grateful that you have allowed us to come here and present with you today. And my name is Buster Green, and I am the chair of Catron County. And right before I start, I would also like to say that I am going to request that we put on the agenda a letter of support for the Jicarilla. I thought that there was well thought out and common sense approach. There was a comment made there that Game and Fish only regulates for quantity and not for quality. And I would hope that sometime in the future that might be considered, because New Mexico, and I could tell from those people that were speaking representing the Jicarilla, they love New Mexico, as I myself loves New Mexico. It's a world-renowned hunting spot, and I would like for New Mexico to stay there and to get even a better reputation, that it is the best hunting spot in the United States. And I think with your cooperation, we can do that. Also, Commissioner Hickey, you mentioned earlier, you talked with the officers about the pets that were lost to bobcats and to coyotes. They're nothing compared to the wolf. And we hope that you will listen intently to our presentation to know what's coming. And the Jicarilla mentioned that they're the meat in the sandwich. I guess that would make us the bread, because we don't have any meat left. So with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Mrs. Audrey McQueen, a fellow commissioner.
Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and members of the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Audrey McQueen. I'm a Catron County Commissioner. I appreciate your time and commitment to serving our state and protecting its natural resources. So I'm going to start of like a background to where we are now. Before the Fish and Wildlife Service began introducing the Mexican wolf into Catron County in 1998, many of our residents registered their concerns. Fish and Wildlife told us then that its target population for Arizona and New Mexico would be 100 wolves. Now the target is 320 wolves. We've listened during these meetings to wolf advocates urge resetting the number at 750 wolves. Over the years, we have watched the wolf population grow. We have attended countless meetings to voice our opposition to management and numbers. Fish and Wildlife Service pats us on the head, tells us it shares our concerns, has our back, and then simply ignores us. Steadily, the issues have become worse. The flashpoint is with our livestock industry. Put a cow, a deer, and an elk on a starting line with a wolf behind them, guess what happens? When you say go, the cow is the slowest and gets attacked first. On behalf of our livestock producers, we ask for help. We ask Fish and Wildlife Service to stop introducing more wolves into Catron County. It said no. We ask Fish and Wildlife Service for technology to tell our ranchers where the wolves are so they can manage their herds and find depredation, the carcasses. Fish and Wildlife Services provided a clumsy, ineffective radio signal to our ranchers for them to carry with them as they ride their pastures. It's very useless. The depredations have increased. For years, we've endured excuses from the Mexican Wolf Livestock Coexistence Council about why it couldn't or wouldn't pay our producers for the livestock the Mexican wolves were killing. As that program became non-functional, we urged that it be replaced. With significant county involvement, it has been replaced in New Mexico with the County Livestock Loss Authority. It now administers payments from the funds that New Mexico receives from the federal livestock demonstration grants. Those funds are not sufficient to cover livestock losses. In fact, as annual recovery costs for the Mexican wolf have dramatically increased and the number of wolves has increased, federal funding for depredations has decreased. We have lobbied the Congress for funding, none to date. We have lobbied the New Mexico legislature for funding, $1.5 million for 3 years, slashed from the $9 million we told them we needed. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish has not sat idly by. Fish and Wildlife Service's response, with support from New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, was to change the statistics. That happened last fall when Fish and Wildlife Service, with Department of Game and Fish complicity, agreed to make it harder to prove a confirmed depredation. By doing so, there are fewer of confirmed depredations, and they call it a day. Respectfully, that's offensive. Department of Game and Fish is a member of the Mexican Wolf Interagency Field Team. It serves on the Mexican Wolf Executive Committee. Our understanding from Fish and Wildlife Service is that Department of Game and Fish is as influential as it wants to be. It has abandoned any responsibility to protect our people from its actions. Fish and Wildlife Service has ignored our concerns. Department of Game and Fish has ignored our concerns. Our congressional delegation members have done nothing to change the policy. Indeed, certain of them have actively supported introducing wolves into Catron County. And while they've ignored us, the problem has become worse. We no longer simply have a livestock crisis in Catron County. We have a public safety crisis. We have reached the point where Mexican wolves are roaming through our communities. They are stalking our schoolyards. They are stalking our homes where little kids would like to just be playing outside. They are showing up 10 feet from the door of our elderly. They are killing pets off the porches of our homes. They are killing our horses and our cattle. Our children wonder why they aren't more important than the wolves. We've asked, has this problem been so acute? One answer is numbers. Wolf numbers are increasing. Another is location. Wolf holding facilities across the U.S. are at capacity. Fish and Wildlife Service insists releasing all extra wolves, and it does so primarily in Catron County, where we have an abundant population. A third is management. Fish and Wildlife Service management of Mexican wolves encourages habituation of wolves. That means Fish and Wildlife Service management actions, if not useless exercise, such as flaggery, have the effect of making wolves understand that humans are not a threat to them. Things like range riding, food caching, and abandoning lethal removals, which the service actively promotes, teaches wolves not to fear man. The upshot, wolves are close by, watching our children play and waiting for an opportunity. They are chasing our kids on horseback out of the woods. That's what we heard and why on April 3rd, the Catron County Commission held a special meeting on Mexican wolves. Each of those reports were confirmed. I'm going to show you a short clip of two of the kids that have spoke with us and shared stories of what's happened to them.
Hi, my name is Breely Green. I'm 12 years old and I'm from Comado, New Mexico. I've been riding in the saddle before I could even walk. My grandparents would pack me a lunch and my juices, and they would take me to go gather cows with our family. When I was 7, I started riding alone. My dad would send me off to go get my group of cows and to bring them back in the water, and then we would go from there and take them as a herd. We have seen wolves on our ranch before, but they haven't been as scary as this encounter that I had with the Mexican gray wolf. One day in the fall, we were gathering this pasture so that we could preg check the cows. I was walking along in the trees and I had an encounter with the Mexican gray wolf. I was just walking and my horse started getting a little nervous. She started panicking a little bit and I just petted on her and I just thought, it was just she was just young. She was only 3. Just thought she was just kind of freaking out. And so I just kept walking, trying to find my cows, and I heard something in the bushes. And it was a Mexican gray wolf. It was just sitting there staring at me. And I got really scared. So I called my mom and I couldn't get a hold of her because my service was bad. I still tried my dad, but my service was too bad. I couldn't call out. So I started walking and it started walking the same time I did. And it really scared me. It was kind of like a stalk. It was just imitating everything that I did. So I just remembered that my dad told me that to keep walking slow, and then if it got too close and it started to get a little too aggressive, to just trot back to the water. And so I just started walking for about a mile. And after a mile, it finally left. But that whole time I was praying and praying that nothing would happen, because it was literally just doing everything that I did. It was not scared. I tried to scare it off. I yelled at it. I screamed at it. It wasn't scared of me. Think back to this day, what if there was more? What could have happened? I still get scared to think of if there was 5 or 4, if they could have surrounded my horse or scared it to where it booted me off and I was there and they could have got me. I love my horses so much, and I couldn't even fathom losing one to wolves. I had a really good friend lose her barrel horse to wolves, and it really brought to reality that they do kill anything. I don't think that I should be afraid when I'm feeding in the morning that one of my horses won't come in. I love these animals so much, and I dedicate my time to them. They're like a part of my family. We have had cows and calves killed up next to our house, and it is really sad and devastating. Our house is surrounded with tracks. It is covered in tracks. Me and my sister can't go and turn on the water anymore. We can't go to our trampoline and play on it anymore because the wolves have surrounded our house, and we don't know what would happen if we went out there and did that. I just don't know when a wolf's life became more important than mine.
I've got one more slide.
My name is Taylor McQueen, and I'm going to share with you a story that happened not too long ago with a very tragic accident. My horse Pickles was in a pasture with all of our other horses, and we checked on her that night. She was doing just fine, and then the next morning when we got up, she was just dead. We had no idea what had happened. Her body was just laying there. And then when we had the wolf people investigate her, they found lots of hemorrhaging on her neck and bites along her hocks. When I got home from school, my mom had told me, and I just broke down because I had loved her so much. I'd had her since she was 3. She was like my favorite horse ever. I had broken her pretty much myself. She was kind of a pain in the butt when I first got her, but the more we worked with her, the better she got. And I just grown a bond with her that was so great. And I'd gotten to a point where we were winning almost every competition we were going to. My favorite thing about her was her name. Her name was Pickles, and the only thing I can think was that she ate somebody's pickle because she'd always steal everybody's food. My favorite thing was to wake up and go and give her snacks because she could whistle and she'd run up from the bottom of the pasture. All my life I've wanted to be a rancher, just like my mom, but it's become quite hard because we've had to coexist with the wolf and they face so many deaths. Every day we wake up and we're just fearing that another horse is going to be dead or another cow or maybe even another pet dog. We don't really know what's going to be lost until we get up. Some way we've got to find a way to coexist with the wolf and not deal with having to fear of waking up and finding something dead. I want to make a difference with it. Maybe we can get some way to deal with it and control the population a little bit, and maybe we'll be able to not wake up fearing for all the death, and maybe some other child's not going to have to face another horse killed like me or another calf that they love.
Commission approved signing a resolution asking the governor to declare a public safety disaster. That resolution, which we revised, wants to make clear that it is no longer just a livestock crisis, but it's a public safety disaster, was delivered to the governor on April 14th. In our resolution, we asked the governor for funding sent to Catron County to hire boots on the ground to mitigate wolf problems and deploy the National Guard to haze wolves to protect livestock. That's not all. We have shared with the governor our list of action items. The first section is based on that Wildlife Services and Catron County Livestock Investigator have requested. These should be non-controversial. Each is something that the Department of Game and Fish, as a member of the Mexican Wolf Executive Committee, may immediately ask Fish and Wildlife Services to do. The second section identifies a series of options. Some fall within the responsibilities of Fish and Wildlife Service. Others require congressional help. For too long, we have asked and have been rebuffed. Now we are asking for immediate relief, and we did not receive it. We will focus our attention on delisting. We suspect you know the consequences if help is not forthcoming. We have tried to coexist with the wolves. It hasn't worked. We have a crisis. Department of Game and Fish, working with Fish and Wildlife Service, has a narrow window within which to take decisive, meaningful action. Fail to do so, and our citizens will protect themselves. So part of that, so like some of the problems is like you go to cross fosters, we're going to take that first. So cross fosters, they're trying to get the wolves genetically viable, improve the genetics. So they bring in cross fosters. So, and that's fine. That's going to help the wolves. But Arizona Game and Fish, they've got a cap on their number of cross fosters. I believe it's 6. They might have went to 12. But there's a cap. New Mexico, we have no cap. Anything that they don't put in dens in Arizona, it's Catron County's got the brunt of that. And as far as I think there needs to be more collaboration with the ranchers, where there's already packs that are killing livestock and horses and running around schools and stuff. Those probably don't need extra wolves in them. And so, I think they really need to talk about where these pups are getting placed, and it would help. The other thing is that we have asked for the radio antenna receivers that were given out where you can get a beep on a collared wolf if it's in the area. It's not, depending on if you're in a canyon or you're on a hill, like it's really not possible to go even see which pasture they're in or if they're on a kill. It doesn't pinpoint them. And what we would love to have is a map with the cluster informations. Now, it's not real time. Even those cluster informations, the points where the wolves have been, they're all 24 to 48 hours old. So I think that that is an ask that could be reasonably done so that at least the ranchers could know what pastures they're in, where they could ride, where they could see that there's definitely a cluster. They could go check it out so that they could get killed. With the depredation standards the way they are now, if a cow lays there more than about a week, they don't have the evidence to confirm them. So that's just another loss that the rancher's going to have without being able to find the depredations. So the safety of our children and elderly, I get calls daily sometimes weekly of constituents in Catron County, and they're upset and they said, we can't even go for a walk anymore. We can't just go walk and feel safe. We're afraid of the wolves. Parents, they say, well, when the sun starts going down, we put our little kids in the house because they're getting pets ripped right off their porches. They're like, what's going to stop a wolf from eating one of our kids? And has it happened yet? Not yet. But why do we got to wait for it to happen? Why are we keeping wolves right in the town? I've been I've just this winter, they were right there in reserve. The wolves were in town at the hardware store. We begged them to get rid of the wolves, to disperse them out, to trap them, to do whatever. Nope. That was a quarter mile from our school. And I don't know why they have to be in and around towns. I don't agree with it. The other issue that we're going to be facing, which has all just came up lately, is wildlife services. A lot of their personnel took the buyout. So we have both trappers that would trap in Arizona and New Mexico, both took the buyout. We have 0 trappers. The range riders were laid off. So wildlife services doesn't have anyone hired or anywhere in the area that's going to even attempt to address these problems. So before we had a public safety crisis, we had a livestock crisis in Catron County. We'll start there. In at least 2 public meetings this year, a Department of Game and Fish employee has testified that cattle are major disruptors of the forest health. That employee cited no science for the assertion or authority to make it. It is the policy of the New Mexico Game Commission to remove cattle from our forests. So that's a question. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't go into the questions till after Buster presents, and then I could ask questions after that. So
we can get this working. You'll just click down and go with the slides. Okay, my presentation is going to take a little different route. That's it. Oh. Lower right. Thank you. You have to help us out. We're technologically challenged in Catron County, for sure. So I just want to start out by offering a little different perspective than what you'd probably think that I would say. So I'm coming to you advocating for more wolves. I want a lot more wolves. I think it's important that the species extends its range, particularly in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, Jemez Mountains, Sierra Blanca Mountains, and especially the Sandia Mountains. There are reasons why Catron County was chosen for an area to start the wolf reintroduction program. Its vast amounts of federal lands and minimal population to offer any kind of substantial pushback or political collateral made it the perfect place. I was there at those meetings that they held, that the federal government held to meet their necessary things that they have to do. And I watched as every single citizen from Catron County was against the wolf reintroduction program. And I watched them bus in people from from Silver City and from Albuquerque in support of the wolf, people that didn't live there. In fact, one person made a comment when we said, why don't you release them in the Sandias? They said, well, there's people there. I guess it's just the amount of people that makes for it to be substantial, right? Just the amount of people that determines. There's a old proverb said that says, to understand a man, walk a mile in his shoes. We want other people to experience the great experience that we are going through with the wolf. It is only then that the political tide will change. Hopefully then our pleas for management of the wolf program will be heard. Hopefully those that would be enduring that which we have endured will look back and hold accountable all of the elected people and agencies who chose to do nothing for the wolf management in Catron County. People will begin to see that Catron County is not made up of uneducated people that just hate the wolf, but that we are a people that love where we live and want to protect it and our way of life. On the website, it says, it is the mission of New Mexico's Game and Fish Department to conserve, regulate, propagate, and protect the wildlife and fish within the state of New Mexico, using a flexible management system that ensures sustainable use for public food supply, recreation, and safety. The point that Audrey made out and the point that we're making out is we have a safety concern in Catron County. The fact that we have had to alter the way that we live is a safety concern. So in full disclosure, the first video that you saw of Breeley Green, that was my daughter. And you know what? She was well composed in the video and didn't show any emotion. But during that day, when you have your daughter write in crying because she's scared, like, and you can't legally shoot at that wolf unless it's attacking you, like, that's a problem. And yeah, I do agree with her. What would have happened if it would have been a pack? So I'm asking you, each of you, to consider that if it was your child. It is a safety concern. And I think that that statement would go to show that you and your positions are here to protect all wildlife. Why then would a predator be given preferential treatment over other predators and prey animals? The wolf is a unique predator because of its social structure and its ability to hunt in packs. That's also what makes it especially destructive, not only to wildlife, but to livestock and pets. Looking at most wolf-supported websites, they will defend the wolf and say that it does not hunt for sport. We in Catron County who are living this know all too well that that isn't the case. And this isn't part of my deal, but in support of that, and I think that a lot of our problems are caused because these wolves are raised by people. They're raised by people. They are then turned out in the wild and expected to act wild. They have no repercussions from people at all. So they do not fear people. Being a third-generation rancher from northern Catron County, I grew up where I saw mule deer on a daily basis and wild turkey all the time. Now, I am lucky if I see a mule deer a couple times a month, and I have not seen wild turkey in years in northern Catron County. I know that they're still down by Luna where Audrey is. There's no common sense involved at all when one says that increased wolf numbers will help that situation. So we're talking about other species that are going to continue to decline as the wolf population increases. The Game and Fish Department's efforts generate nearly $1 billion a year, this is from your website, to the state economy, often to rural areas where funds are needed the most, receiving no money from the state's general fund. The department is funded by sportsmen and women who enjoy outdoor recreation opportunities across the state. License sales annually provide approximately $20 million, your primary funding source. Catron County is a primary example as hunting and recreation are a large part of our economy and way of life. As I stated earlier, New Mexico is a world-renowned hunting destination. We in Catron County support that and want that to be viable and increase in the future. We only know that this is possible with the help of the New Mexico Game and Fish Department. The Jicarilla also talked about the drought and its effect on wildlife in the area. I run a small ranch north of Camado, about 15 and a half miles north of Camado, but just recently I've leased about 2/3 of Great Western for a short period of time, and I also grew up on that ranch, so I'm leasing about 350,000 acres. I can tell you right now that within the area that I run about 400,000 acres. There is not one single dirt tank that has water in it right now. If it was not for the ranchers and the permanent water systems that are maintained there, there would be no wildlife, none. And I can tell you that there are hundreds and hundreds of elk, minimal deer, as I stated, then also predators, bobcats, wolves, coyotes, mountain lion, that all are it's necessary for them to maintain life off the existing water structures that ranchers provide. So basically, in a time of drought, we are helping to sustain your wildlife, the wildlife that the state claims to own. So just a little bit of comparison of the Mexican wolf recovery zone to the northern gray wolf populations. They're estimating, and I'm saying estimating because they're saying there's 286 Mexican wolves that occupy about 2 million acres on the recovery area in New Mexico and Arizona. I say estimating because even in our meetings and stuff, when we ask Wildlife Services, they will admit that they do not have an accurate count. We in Catron County, because we're living it, we know that that count is low. Yellowstone is about 2 million acres in size and has about 100 wolves. Washington State has about 230 wolves in at least 6 million acres of eastern Washington. Clearly, the density of the Mexican wolf population in New Mexico and Arizona is at least 3 times greater than other wolf populations that are federally delisted right now. Catron County is a signatory to the Mexican Wolf Recovery MOU and a cooperating entity in the Mexican Wolf Executive Committee. We have repeatedly asked the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish as a lead agency to assist us in gaining support for actions that would help Catron County residents. And as Audrey stated, we've asked for access to Mexican wolf GPS collar data so that ranchers will be able to maintain their livestock around wolves. We have begged for help with the politically motivated changes to Mexican wolf depredation, the SOE. These changes have artificially decreased the number of confirmed depredations in the last 2 years. Montana, Idaho, Oregon, and California use the same SOE that New Mexico and Arizona used for over 20 years. They just changed this, and they did it subvertedly. We fought it. We're supposed to be a partner in this. We fought it and gave our explanations why we were fighting the changes to the SOE, because it makes it harder to show that your livestock was killed by a wolf. And so now they're able to tout that livestock depredations are going down when it's just because of their changes in their qualifications. And since federal money can only be used for confirmed depredations, Catron County residents are now paying for increased probable depredations out of their own local tax dollars for wolves introduced by the federal government. Probable depredations in New Mexico have increased from 6 in 2023 to over 30 in 2024, an increase of 500%. The New Mexico Game and Fish Department could use its considerable power and authority to influence the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to manage wolves. Just last week at the Mexican Wolf Executive Committee meeting, the lead agencies recognized that if the Mexican wolf population continues to grow at 10% a year, it will be over 500 in just 6 more years. Will the New Mexico Game and Fish Department still do nothing to help Catron County residents? Wolf advocates are always proud to say that the wolf only accounts for 1% of livestock deaths. What they don't tell you is their statistics are drawn by taking all of the livestock numbers within a given state. This includes feedlot and dairy cattle. It is very leading in their representation. Instead of taking an area like Catron County, where it is the epicenter of the wolf reintroduction program. Contrary to wolf advocates' misinformation, wolves are the largest source of livestock mortality where they roam. And I can tell you that that is the case in Catron County. Catron County now has a public safety crisis. It's not just the livestock, as Audrey talked about, it's pets now. And it's altering the way that we're having to live our lives. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and New Mexico Game and Fish Department complicity has caused this crisis by insisting on the use of non-lethal methods that have habituated the wolves in Catron County. Mexican wolves have no fear of humans. They have been hazed and have experienced close human presence through range riding with no bad outcomes or painful results. Habituation is a serious problem known to scientists and wolf researchers for decades. When this occurred in the Northern Rockies, wolves were lethally removed. This isn't happening here, and Catron County residents are paying the price. Mexican wolves, as Audrey stated, are roaming our streets of our towns in broad daylight. They are seen near school playgrounds. They are snatching pets off of front porches of homes. They have shown up on the doors of elderly residents. Wolf advocates and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services claim that Mexican wolves have never killed anyone since they've been reintroduced. As Audrey talked about earlier, why are we waiting for this to happen? And we're wanting to get ahead of this as Catron County because we want to be on record so that when it does happen, that those agencies that are involved will be held accountable. Catron County, as she said, we had a special meeting on April 3rd. We had no testimonies. Everybody was invited to make comment at that meeting. We had no testimonies from anyone living in Catron County that is for the increased propagation of the wolf there. I just close by saying, I know that you aren't directly involved, but you do have a lot of power and authority. And if there is any downlisting or delisting of the species, the wolf is going to be turned over to your department to manage. And I am telling you that from our experience from Catron County, you see that we're not here advocating for more management on the coyote, the mountain lion, the bobcat, and the bear. We're not here pleading for that because it is a different species altogether, and the destruction caused from it is different altogether. And we are hoping that you will consider that. And because just as the Jicarilla said, that they're the meat in the sandwich, this, if not managed properly, this is going to become a bigger issue. And as I stated at the start, we are a limited population in Catron County and do not hold that much political clout. That's why I'm wanting the wolf to spread. Because then when those other counties start to feel what we're feeling, then the political willpower will be there. Then the pressure will be there to make changes and to manage things differently. So all we're pleading with you is that you understand what we're living, because that's going to become a reality for other counties in the state. And it's just going to happen. But I don't want to wait 20 more years for that to happen for every other county, for something to be done for our county. So I'm hoping that that's what you'll consider. We have a few pictures here to go through. If you want to do any explanation, Audrey.
So yeah, there's a lot of livestock that gets maimed. As far as elk and deer, it's the same way. I've witnessed a lot of that. I've seen actually wolves attacking elk. There was a horse that was killed and confirmed. All these are going to be confirmed kills from Wildlife Service investigators. But here you've got a rancher that I think that was 6 calves that he went out in the pasture one morning and came across that. Here's another picture that was one night of another rancher who, I think there was 5 there. You take a calf that in today's market is worth $1,600 to $1,800. There's nobody that could withstand that kind of financial loss. That was a calf that was killed in a rancher's corral right at their house.
Inside the corral.
Right inside the corral. I know the wolf advocates will say, you guys don't take care of your cattle. What do you want to do? Like there's nothing more short we could do but except for put them in the barn. So. Do that. So here you see, this was a pet that was, they actually called the investigator.
Double click. So right here.
This was the people's porch where the wolf came in and attacked the little dog. How do you go to the next?
Oh. Just minimize.
So this pet, it was investigated. They did the bite spreads. They did confirm it wolf. But these same people have a couple of kids that are not even 4 years old. They will not let them out there. And I can't say I don't blame them for it. So for a lot of years, we dealt with the cattle, the livestock part, but now we're in a human crisis. So do you have any more? Or do you want to have questions?
No, let's go ahead.
So I'd like to ask some questions. Mr. Chair.
I think we're going to ask you some questions after your presentation.
Okay.
So let's do
Just
that.
finish
Let's go
my
ahead.
presentations
Yeah,
then. Okay.
please.
So I have these questions. Does New Mexico Game Commission control policy of the Department of Game and Fish? We ask because Department of Game and Fish policy concerning Mexican wolves would lead one to believe that is indeed the policy of the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. It is our understanding that not only has the Department of Game and Fish made that assertion during public meetings, that Department of Game and Fish has advocated to raise the evidence standards for confirming a Mexican wolf depredation, replacing SOP 11.0 with 11.1. True. Advocated not to provide wolf location information to ranchers so that can find livestock carcasses. True. Why does Department of Game and Fish assign non-collared animals to kills when there are collared wolves present on the kills? promoted cross-fostering of more Mexican wolf pups into already saturated areas and known livestock killer packs in Catron County. Declined to push Fish and Wildlife Service to provide to Wildlife Service investigators wolf cluster information and the number of wolves in a pack. True. Is there a single instance when Department of Game and Fish has ever pushed back on Fish and Wildlife Service management actions in Catron County? Do you see why we believe that New Mexico Department of Game and Fish's policy is to remove cattle and cattlemen from the landscape in our county? We also would like to know from Department of Game and Fish what they think about Mexico as a secondary area for wolf recovery and what's really going on with Mexico. We've been told there's not very many wolves at all. They've been in this study as long as we have, but yet, and New Mexico, Arizona is 10% of the reintroductory area. Why are we paying this whole price? And like to know the status of that Mexico.
So last year when you all came down and we met in reserve, the biologist then stated that they were recording one viable wolf in Mexico at that time. And they also stated that we send $5 million a year for their wolf reintroductory program. And we basically made the comment that they must laugh when they cash their check and they go out and kill the wolves that are released.
So then I have some public safety questions of this. Catron County has passed the resolution. We've prepared the set of other action items. Does the Game Commission have any reason not to believe the testimony of the people at our special meeting? Intend to direct the Department of Game and Fish to do anything to help us? What do you plan to do and by when? You're scheduled to meet in Catron County on August 15th. We intend to fill the building. We urge you to have done meaningful action so our citizens see the relief from this public safety crisis before that meeting. And I'll just end by what a lot of the little kids are saying is, when is a wolf's life more important than a human's life? So that's what I have.
Thank you, Audrey, Lester. Are there any questions from commissioners?
More than questions. I mean, one of the questions is that I'm gonna have is for you is, how are you documenting all these cases? I'm not talking about cases that they've been already confirmed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services on cattle. I'm talking about public safety. How are you documenting all of this information? Where can we get a hold of that documentation?
Yes, so the sheriff's office will have those reports. The Catron County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
My questions might be for the director. So this 320 that they're coming up with, is that what New Mexico number is, or is that for the Southwest United States? Where's that number coming from, and what area does it cover?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fulfer, it covers Arizona and New Mexico.
And Mexico doesn't come into play on that in any way.
So there are recovery criteria for the U.S. population and for the Mexican population. The U.S. population is an average of 320 over 4 years, and I think it's 21 cross-fosters surviving to breeding age. And then there's another set in Mexico. I want to say it's 200, but and Stuart's shaking his head yes, so 200.
So this is probably unpopular statement, but could New Mexico come up with could this board come up with a motion and say, like, we want to limit these to 100 in the state of New Mexico? And if they become around a populated area, they could be removed to an unpopulated area. And we create a kill and deprivation specialist patrolman to support the cattlemen and livestock owners.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fulfer, I'll try and answer your question backwards. With the changes in the administration and the loss of federal employees, we are in the process of trying to go out to bid to get range riders that we would pay for to help with the problems down in Catron County. The answer to your first question is that because the wolves are listed under the Endangered Species Act, it's a federal listing, and it's a federal recovery program, and the standards, numbers, where they go, that kind of stuff is determined ultimately by the feds.
But New Mexico could come out with a number and say, we don't want over 100 of them in New Mexico, couldn't we?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the commission could do that. I don't think it would have any effect because the numbers have been litigated in federal court. Based on the science the service used, they have been upheld. And so I think that if we took that position, we would not be successful. And I guess I'll add that ultimately, I think the best way to get to resolution of this is to get to those recovery criteria, downlist the species, and get more state management abilities in place so that we can more directly address concerns.
I'm going to go ahead and call Chief Lively up to address some of this stuff. And he's really a vessel of knowledge around this whole program. Chief Lively, please.
Yeah, Chairman Stump, Commissioner Fulfer, as Director Sloan alluded to, it is a federally listed species, so it falls under the Endangered Species Act. Recovery plans are developed through the Fish and Wildlife Service, and as stated, it was changed from 100 to 320 in 2017. It was 320 in the United States, 200 in Mexico. You were right that 10% of historic range is in the United States and 90% is in Mexico. And so I think there's a big key to recovery of looking into Mexico too. And there has been struggles in Mexico, and there's been times working through struggles of any recovery program. And I think we're going to see that. The issue is, until there's a change of Congressional Endangered Species Act, the federal government is going to try to recover the species. And so if Mexico fails completely in recovery, you're probably looking at more populations of Mexican wolves in the United States at higher numbers. And so while the commission may ask to limit the number of wolves in the United States, what will potentially happen at that is you get a population that's potentially never delistable. And so if a population becomes delistable, you have no relief potentially for maybe people in Catron County, maybe expanding across all of the United States. So I think there's, as you get closer to recovery, as stated earlier in the presentation, we're getting closer. We're getting towards places where there's mechanisms in the Endangered Species Act, whether that be a 4D rule. A 4D rule would be if the population was moved from endangered to threatened, and more take allowances would be allowed. The federal government is the ones that determine take for livestock, et cetera, lethal take. There's also avenues as the population continues to expand, grow, to adjust the rule, the provision that allows wolves on the landscape right now in New Mexico, Arizona is called a 10J rule. The 10J rule talks about what allowances of take are allowed for Mexican wolves. 10J rules get really restrictive when there's very few, and there's the potential to amend rules to allow for more flexibility and take, for more ability to manage like we do for bear or cougar or those kind of species. We definitely know we have predation losses to other predators out there for livestock, et cetera, but there's more allowable forms of take for individuals living on the landscape when we have that. So a limitation or a reduction potentially only compounds or could compound the issue of you're getting farther away from recovery and farther away from potentially delisting or downlisting and allowances for more take. Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Lively. Does anybody else have a question for Chief Lively? Yes.
And I do understand that this is a federally protected species, okay? So hands are kind of tied, as Chief Stewart Lively just mentioned. We do see that there is concerns. We do see we represent the residents of the state of New Mexico. One of my things is there is a possibility to have a management plan by the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. I'm seeing a lot of little issues right here. I'm seeing that the new administration, obviously, we don't have the staff for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. We're counting in another country. They have their own issues, their own problems, their own politics. That we don't know if that country is gonna be able to meet the criteria. If it was 200 wolves right now in Mexico, it will be downlisted, because I believe the count is 200 wolves in Mexico, 325 here. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's 320 in the United States, 200 in Mexico.
200 in Mexico. So I don't know where are we getting these numbers in Mexico, but that is one of the things is why are we taking into consideration Mexico? It is very important. I understand for the biodiversity, for the sustainability of the species. I understand all of that, but here is creating problems. You just mentioned that it will if Mexico does not come up with the numbers, this population is going to continue increasing. What is going to be the pressure? Now, my question is, what does the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, as a state agency, as an agency that manages wildlife populations for the protection, the sustainability of the population, but at the same time for the protection of the public safety, what do we have in our backhand if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, especially now that they're not going to have the staff to maintain all of this? Where are we? What role are we playing? What can we do? How can we manage? What leverage does New Mexico Department of Game and Fish has with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to control, and this doesn't get out of hand?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, ultimately any take provisions. So there's a rule that lists out the take provisions in the Endangered Species Act and in the rules set by the Fish and Wildlife Service, including any take by a state agency. And so it limits even our ability. Lethal take is not allowable unless the federal government allows lethal take. So they have to initiate and allow lethal take. We have the ability with our staff to do hazing and those kind of activities, but the actual lethal take authority lives solely in the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so there is no way for us to even say we would be in violation of federal law as a state agency if we go in and initiate lethal take. Only when we get granted permission from the Fish and Wildlife Service or some other entity gets granted permission from Fish and Wildlife Service can lethal take occur. Fish and Wildlife Service typically grants lethal take to USDA Wildlife Services when they do issue take, but they have not issued lethal take to us. And so ultimately, I guess it's the Fish and Wildlife Service that can issue lethal.
Okay. Well, that's, I think, something that it needs to be, I don't know. Does Arizona has been allowed to take lethal take?
That is the regulations of the U.S. government for an endangered listed species. While it's fully listed, Only the Fish and Wildlife Service has the authority to issue take for that species.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Commissioner Hickey.
Oh, Commissioner Chair, thank you very much. And Commissioners, Director Sloan and Chief Lively. This commission has always taken our responsibility very seriously when it comes to rulemaking. And we always defer to the department for information, statistics, data, biology. We need that to make decisions. In a general sense, we have a responsibility of public safety at the end of the day, right? As appointed government officials, I think that's a critical responsibility, public safety. So we've heard since last year public comment on wolves. And I thank you both, Commission Chair Green and Commissioner McQueen. Thank you very much for your presentation today. So that said, let me get to the punchline. Director, Chief, can you give us any suggestions on what we could do today to move forward on this issue with Catron County? Is there anything? I feel like I'm very concerned when it comes to public safety. I just think is there something within our control, within our resources that we could do something?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hickey, I think even as Commissioner McQueen stated at the end, I think what we're going to see is what we're seeing happening with Wildlife Services. Wildlife Services was instrumental in some of the non-lethal actions that occurred in Catron County, that occurred across Wolf Range, that worked with producers to try to reduce conflict, to try to reduce potential habituation of wolves or depredations to happen. We saw a lot of those. Basically, all of New Mexico's Wildlife Service people in Catron County that work in wolves are gone in the last 2 months. I think that is an issue that the department can work on. I just submitted to the Department of Finance Administration a scope of work yesterday that I hope they approve for working to get range riders out on the landscape, contracted that maybe are locals in that area, or other non-lethal means that we could work on things. So we are on the permit for non-lethal work. We're not on a permit for lethal, but we can maybe work with contractors to try to help that. So we are going to work to try to do that, fill that void that's going to be there, because it is going to be a void. Those people were there in the last year and we had issues. And I'm not going to say that there were not issues, but we need to work and figure out how we do it more proactively, how we can get people maybe more involved. I would say some of the biggest issues that I saw from maybe even Wildlife Services is a person would be there for 3 months and then go take another job somewhere else. If we get people that are there for more permanency, it's not going to completely alleviate all of the problem, but there's conflict for sure. And so how do we work to try to alleviate the conflict as much as possible? I would strive to get it delisted as soon as possible, downlisted as soon as possible, so some of these issues can be taken up by like it'd be no different than a barracuda. And so how we get to that point where it's downlisted or delisted and as quick as possible, by also trying to recognize that there's limitations on take, but trying to reduce that conflict and working with the county and the producers in the area.
Thank you, Chief Lively.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Or it's not really a question. I just wanted to say, that was why we did the emergency resolution and asking the governor. We took like 8 positions of we have we have a guy in the county that works now that the county solely pays for. We've never had any help from Fish and Wildlife financially. It all comes out of the county. And so that was one of our asks to the governor, since we had lost all this personnel and there's no help and we're tapped down there. If we could have, it was just short of $1 million to try to hire 8 or 9 personnel to try to mitigate the problems, and then possibly send in the National Guard to help haze, because everybody's calving livestock right now. There's ranchers that are losing 2, 3 a day, and it's not feasible. So I have a list of immediate actions I'll hand out to all you guys. I don't probably want to go over through them, but I can hand them out to you as well.
A handout would be better for sure.
Commissioner Chair, I think it would be very helpful to have data. I know Commissioner Clemente was asking and you about that, and you said we can find that in the Sheriff's Department. But I think in some of the presentations, having specific data, you mentioned so many losses per day or that sort of thing. But having specific data presented, I don't know why you were denied certain funding. I think earlier in your presentation, you were saying you've requested, federal funding and have been denied. I wasn't sure why you were denied, but again, what I think the questions we're here is trying to help you, but trying to understand how to move forward with this.
Mr. Stump, may I respond?
Commissioner Green, go ahead.
Okay. So when the program was initially started, the federal government was supposed to have a program set up that would reimburse livestock producers for their depredations. That program, and Audrey will talk, it was called the Coexistence Council, but it never functioned properly. And just for instance, last year, because a wolf advocacy site was saying Catron County had received 600,000, and I think that they were meaning the livestock producers, because Catron County didn't receive any money at all, as the county government. But livestock producers, if they were saying that they received 600,000, it wasn't just in Catron County. That was a large overview that took in all livestock depredations. The problem is that within the Coexistence Council, there was no mechanism in there to adjust for market prices and stuff. So the 600,000 that they're touting was reimbursed was payback on livestock that now on livestock values would have been estimated at 2.2 million. So you're talking about you would got reimbursed for basically a quarter of the worth of your livestock. So that was the issues that was within that. We were able to create the Cattle Livestock Loss Authority here within New Mexico. And that's what Audrey was specifying there, that we petitioned for 9 million, because over the time it got cut to 1.5 million, and that's over a 3-year period. So that's 500,000 a year. And that's to take care of livestock depredations wherever they happen, not only in Catron County. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve, and we're trying to have the federal dollars go into a New Mexico program that's functioning, that basically producers are going to get immediate, help or relief instead of waiting 2 years, which was what was happening within the Coexistence Council. And that was if it happened. But no, and so we've been back to Washington. We do realize that Mexico is part of the problem, and that's why we're coming to you, because we're saying if they aren't downlisted or delisted, we're petitioning for you to understand the problem that is going to spread from Catron County. We want you to understand what we've been going through, because more counties are going to go through what we're going through. Unfortunately, we are the dumping ground for everything right now, all the cross fosters, everything. And like I said, and I think it's just because they know politically we don't matter. That's why I'm advocating for the wolf to be established everywhere in New Mexico. But we are petitioning for Mexico to be decoupled, because the only way that we are going to reach our numbers and get downlisted is if the program is decoupled from Mexico. Mexico is not going to support 200 viable wolves. We don't have that control over their government, and it's asinine for us to pretend like we have that control over what we release down there.
Sheriff, may I?
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Clemente.
I'm gonna say something. First of all, we got to say the bad and the good as well. I am gonna thank Chief Stuart Lively. One of the things is standing there and saying what it is. I really appreciate it. Saying, putting the picture how really it is. And another thing is, when I took this chair, I took it very seriously. When I said, yes, I will, I took it very seriously. I've been going into Mexico, making trips, talking to the government, federal government, states. I've been talking to biologists, all the way to Spain, okay, to get information about, because I'm not the expert for wolves. The expert is here. I am not, okay, to get the knowledge to try to do the better things. And I actually got a call that Chief Stuart Lively is being talking to Mexico, to the federal government, trying to push this very hard. And I really appreciate that. That speaks a lot. With that being said, you might answer this question, you might not, because I haven't been able to find it. I haven't been able to get an answer on this. New Mexico has their own Endangered Species Act, 1996. Part of it was created by my father, the first wildlife biologist, PhD wildlife biologist in Mexico. So my question is this: does Mexico has listed endangered species under the Mexican Endangered Species Act?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Clemente, yes, they're listed under and they have a PASE, a plan for Mexican wolves. They're actually trying to update their PASE for Mexican wolves to recognize the need to recover in historic range. Part of their PASE also discusses our letter of intent with Mexico. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Arizona Game and Fish, New Mexico Game and Fish signed a letter of intent to work on recovery across historic range. And so to work in collaboration across the historic range for recovery. Again, they're working on a new PASE, but they are endangered in Mexico, and they are listed under their Federal Endangered Species Act as well.
And what I was told, just one more question, is what I was told is Mexican landowners does not get compensation for the loss of cattle, correct?
Commissioner Stump, Commissioner Clemente, not in totality, for sure. Especially in Nueva Casas Grandes, where the majority of the wolves are right now, there wasn't a compensation program put up. That's why a lot of the discussion came around moving south into historic range in Mexico and the state of Durango, where it's more forestry driven and less cattle driven, but yet wildlife populations are high. We've been trying to press the state of Durango for about 7 years now, 6 years. Under the new administration in Mexico, I think there is the chance that they are looking at potentially releasing wolves into Durango as soon as this winter. And that is a big issue, is the compensation program and conflict mitigation. Any predator on the landscape that conflicts with it is going to have problems. And that trying to resolve that issue is, you tell me how to do that. And
no, I agree.
And that would be a lot. It's just a very difficult thing, whether you're talking grizzly bears or you're talking wolves, or you're talking, especially when it's a listed species where there's limited authority on take.
And the reason why I'm bringing all of this is because I'm very impressed that I actually haven't heard one person that he says does not want the Mexican gray wolf. And the video that we saw, and I took my notes here, I'm sorry, I opened this. Your daughter, I believe, Commissioner, he says, how can we coexist with wolves? How can we control the population? They're not saying that they don't want wolves. We want the wolves, but that's the key. How can we control? How can we manage? How can we coexist, right? And that's I guess, why I'm bringing up this. I mean, the whole story has to come out. And we have to push together and we have to come in a plan. That's all what I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Sabrina, you have some?
Thank you, Chairman. So as most of you probably know that I am District 2, so this is right in the heart of my district. And I have been actively involved in listening to both sides, all people who are willing to talk, to understand the situation more thoroughly. So just for my fellow commissioners to depack this a little, I'm going to take it slowly and go over each one of these things. As we consider, are there things that New Mexico Department of Game and Fish can do under our advisement? Because I am seeing it firsthand that we are in a crisis. I believe if you support the wolf or you don't support the wolf, in order for any of it to be successful on either side, we have to figure out how to coexist. I mean, this is, and as you pointed out, Clemente, really, his daughter was, and I think even your daughter had said, let's figure out how to work this out together. It's not that they don't want the wolf, it's just how do we live with the wolf? So let's take this one thing at a time. So I wasn't able to attend your first meeting you had that you declared the state of emergency, but I know Director Sloan and Commissioner Lopez attended that. So I'm grateful that you attended that meeting. The next week, we had another meeting as a follow-up because it became public safety critical. And Commissioner Clemente and myself were able to attend that meeting. Since then, I've had the opportunity, besides listening to the video recording of all the testimonies for 3 hours and hearing what the public was saying there and just talking as well to wolf supporters, I've had a lot of dialogue. I think one of the most moving dialogues I had, though, recently, when we talk about public safety, was I personally, talked to the sheriff. There is a public safety crisis going on here, and we need to figure out how to coexist. So in that, Chief Liley, I have a couple of just clarification questions I think would be helpful if you could answer. So as I understand, the interagency was formed and the field team was formed, and so my terminology became the Wolf Executive Committee, or it's the Wolf Executive Committee as you refer to it, that you sit on, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish sit on with other individuals.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, New Mexico Game and Fish sits all the way on the interagency field team, the executive, and yeah, it's part of the whole co-management.
So could you clarify, like, what is our role on that? What do we do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, we're advisory members. Ultimately, the Fish and Wildlife Service has the decision authority. It's even spelled out in the MOU that we could advise the Fish and Wildlife Service, but the Fish and Wildlife Service has ultimate authority.
So in that advisory capacity, what do you advise for? I mean, like, give me examples if you would.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, it might be advice on where depredations are occurring. It might be on when the SOPs come up and there's discussions about should it be this or that. There's advice over on a lot of SOPs. And I think I should point out too, on that whole committee, the counties are involved in that as well too. They sit on that as well. And so there are different structures. Obviously different structures on who has like lead roles. Lead roles are land management agencies or somebody that has statutory authority like us over wildlife. Land management agencies such as BLM Forest Service that have statutory authority over land, but ultimately it goes back to the Fish and Wildlife Service on all decision-making on who has the authority.
And I appreciate that. So I know I've asked because in the fall, when we got into discussions on SOP 11.1 and even 26.1, understanding Department of Game and Fish's role in this and their advisory position. So that's why I just bring this up as just a clarification for the commissioners that we are advising. And so I'm looking for solutions. I'm looking for ways that this all comes together in meaningful ways on all sides to make sure this program's moving along in a positive way with as minimal impact, I hope, to the residents. So in that, I'm gonna come back to you, but I would have a couple of clarification questions. I remember hearing, and I don't remember the number, so I thought it might be useful to give the perspective. What is the livestock loss? You had an economic cost given at one of your meetings, I think, that you had shared. What's the economic cost, and it could be broken out economically or livestock and other means to Catron County?
So Chairman Sabrina Pack, what are you exactly asking?
I remember you had discussed the cost of livestock like for 1 year. So these are some of the facts and statistics that you had presented in one of your meetings. So what's the estimated cost of livestock losses in Catron County for last year versus, other costs that you're incurring as a government there?
Okay, so we don't have, we're still working on some of the 24 costs, but 2023, we estimated it between all the losses, and that was only going to be on the producers of Catron that participated. But what we came up with was 2.2 million.
Okay. And if you had that loss, do you have a number of how much they were recouped of money?
It was right at around 600,000.
Okay. So also you're incurring cost. After talking to the sheriff, there's a lot of cost in public safety that's had to increase. Have you put numbers to any of that and what you're asking for even from the governor's request? What does that request look like? Explain the request.
Yes, so the county has Sean Mingus, who's the depredation investigator that goes out about this time of the year every single day on 3 or 4 kills. And so with his vehicle, everything it needs to keep him at work, it's about $160,000 a year it costs the county to keep him. And so the sheriff's office, I think we're down to 5. I think we've got five deputies, and sheriff and undersheriff. They deal with a lot of calls on the wolf, but that county is big and it's becoming very burdensome. We don't have the personnel or the money to keep funding it.
So this is concerning, I will say, if you say we're neutral and whether we support we want the wolf to be successful, we want also to be successful for you all. The costs to me are escalating in that we're having so many contacts with wolves now. And so I am concerned about that. And I think that you just mentioned, Chief Liley, when I visited with you last week, you mentioned something about, could you explain on the cost of what New Mexico Department of Game and Fish incurs for the program? Because I remember you talked about we funded 50% of one range rider, I think it was, or something. There were some numbers like that in the trapping.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, so we have 3 full-time employees. And then we also funded 50% of the range riders with wildlife services. And then we also funded 33% of the trapper that was lost, that was from wildlife services.
So is the plan that you just mentioned, that you just completed yesterday, is that include like 100% of that now of those, or what does it look like?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, yes, for the range riders, we'll pick up 100% of that.
For one range rider?
It depends on how many. So the contract would be open to bid. We're working through the procurement process that it would allow multiple vendors, multiple bidders, and so we could put multiple people on contract. We'll see how, again, you have to go through the state procurement process that we're working through to try to get to that, but we'll see how many people bid it, how quick we could get it the bid open, and then how much money we have to help fund and how many.
So in light of range riders, I'm kind of confused because I've talked to quite a few ranchers that don't seem to think range riders are effective. I talked to Director Sloan and they are. Could you give me some data on that?
Commissioner Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack, range riders can be effective at deterring some depredations. Absolutely. Are they 100% effective? No. I think there is instances when you have a range rider out there that's out there when the wolves are out there at night or really early in the morning, they could be more effective with range riding and preventing depredations. I think the comments that were made too, and I think there's some validity to it, is when there's not lethal component with it, maybe it's not as effective. And so again, the aspect of the lethal component falls squarely in the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so even I think we're looking at, right, an endangered species where take is illegal. And how do we work on trying to use non-lethal deterrents to try to get and manage this as much as possible? And that's the goal there. Is there ways? It's not 100% effective. Even lethal control wouldn't be 100% effective unless they're gone completely. And so that's not the position we're in. And so trying to reduce conflict as much as possible, make it something to where they don't associate humans to a positive, that would be helpful. Range riding has been used in the West, and there's quite a bit of research that came out of the Fort Collins Research Station with USDA that shows it is an effective tool to reduce livestock conflict. So I think the research has shown that it's there. And so that's why we're putting forth on trying to reduce some of the conflicts with it.
So let's go with that. Let's say range riders are effective. And we're talking about trying to fund, or we only had one range rider, and didn't your presentation say that we had 2 million acres in this? I don't see how one, I mean, but I don't see how I think about the ranches. I'm in Gila all the time, and I'm concerned about, that doesn't sound like enough appropriation. Maybe we don't have funding for the rest, but maybe when we're looking at the crisis that's evolving and escalating now, and coupled with the federal budget being cut, and we don't know all those implications, I'm concerned that we're not addressing, I mean, even if we replace it and pay 100% of 1 or 2 or whatever that contracting looks like, I am concerned that that's probably not going to, that's like putting a drop in a bucket of what needs to happen.
So Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack, I think it's also important to note that Western Landowners Association has I can't exactly remember what the acronym stands for, but an RCPP. It's based off of USDA to implement $2.5 million towards range riding. Once it gets signed, they just had 119 signups in Colorado for range riding. It would be a producer-based sign up. So the producers themselves could apply for the money through the RCPP that was being handled through Western Landowners, and that money goes directly to them to maybe hire another individual on their property that does that work. And so that I think is going to be more effective than us being able to hire a lot of people. Can we get that through the finish line? We are working to try to help Western landowners get that through to figure it out. I think that's a lot more productive. Again, that's federal money that deals with that. You're talking $2.5 million over a year. It's just something that the department can't really absorb from that price. And it also, I think, is more beneficial to have the producers figure out who they want as a range rider on their own place, have 100% control over it and those kind of aspects. So I think this kind of a program and approach is going to be helpful. Whether the federal government comes through on the funding or not, I don't know. And I think that's part of their ask too, is that the federal government put more money into this program. And as they kind of discussed working with congressional delegations on how that might look, is that a farm bill that maybe hopefully sometimes comes? I don't know. But I do think there's some avenues to work through farm bill or other aspects that recognizes this. This is not an isolated problem in New Mexico. This is a problem across a lot of Western United States. And so as you see expanding wolf populations and grizzly populations, again, it's not isolated to New Mexico.
So Commissioner Green had 3 asks. One of them was revolving around GPS collaring and getting location data. And the other one was, we'll get to the other standard evidence, 11.1. So let's talk about collaring. Could you talk about, okay, so the 3 employees that we had, that you mentioned that we have, what do those 3 employees do for the wolf program?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, one is kind of the supervisor, the lead to kind of direct some of it. A lot of it is they'll work through different issues of the year, whether that's during the annual count and capture, working to help capture and radio collar animals, if they're working to do mitigation or nuisance abatement, those kind of issues as well. So it's a whole suite depending on the time of the year. And like you said, it's a big area for those 3 employees to work in. But yeah, they do everything from wolf biology to try to mitigate some of the impacts of depredations, etc.
So I would get into management plans, I would hope. But that's good. Let's talk about collaring. I know that one of the asks has been, can we collar more wolves? So what is your thought? Is those employees help with that, or can we collar more wolves, or?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack, absolutely. If we get our hands on them, the hardest is sometimes catching the wolves, and catching the wolves at the time that's permissible from the permitting that we have to put traps and catch or go on aerial counts aerial captures. So any wolf we get in hand, we put a radio collar on.
I've heard question about limiting the number of collars in a pack. Is that true?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Pack. So a lot of that comes into limiting when we have a helicopter in the air, limiting it to putting 2 so we can move on to other packs to get at least 2 collars on the next pack. So part of that is a limitation on helicopter time, and the funding that comes from the helicopters comes from the Fish and Wildlife Service. So that would be not a limitation if like trapping seasons, those kind of things. We've tried to put as many collars out when we're doing that, but in the aerial operations, they try to, if it's not a critical animal or if a collar's failing, they try to move on so they can get collars on as many packs as possible because they are a pack structured animal. And because of that, when they disperse, yes, that's a different issue. But when they form new packs, we're trying to get 2 collars on both the adults at least.
So recently I talked to Director Sloan about collaring because that seems to be a echo from both the wolf lovers and residents trying to deal with this and trying to get accurate counts, because there's a lot of hunters saying, you know, there's absolutely more wolves out there. And I understand your minimum count number of 286 right now. Sloan, I believe you said to me there wasn't a concern about funding the cost of the collars or the work to do that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pack, I believe we can find money to get additional collars. It's the getting our hands on the wolves, as Stuart just pointed out.
So when we're thinking about commissioners, fellow commissioners, on how moving forward, could we advise the Department of Game and Fish? I think that the ask of collaring more wolves, if somehow figuring out the funding so we can do that, is not an unreasonable ask. Nor is, if we're trying to work with compatibility issues, how do we help these ranchers know where the wolf is so that they can haze them? We know that lethal kill is not allowed, but so that they can actually be out there where the wolf pack might be on their herd. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask, but I'll let you guys discuss that. But those are some concerns, some of the concerns that I have. I applaud your effort to come all this way. I know it was a long way to come. You have a lot of people who come. I am very concerned if the idea of potentially these collars, wolves, because of funding cuts, may actually turn off the collars in 90 days. That is a concern of potential risk to even protecting the wolf. There's both sides of this, but I definitely think we need to have better counting. More collaring will allow that. And we need to also definitely need to look at SOP 11.1, because even though the depredation standards, the depredation numbers, I've talked to Sean Mingus, who is their livestock depredation officer. I feel like from the conversations that I've had with this gentleman that we definitely are seeing, of course, it's calving season, we're seeing challenges there. But SOP 11.1, I understand, is kind of unique to our area. And I believe this would go back to our advisory capacity on the executive committee. If the commissioners were to advocate or to direct the commission or Stuart Liley to support some of the things that would bring this more into balance so that we can coexist. I think those are the things that this commission needs to look at. So I do have a final remark, but if somebody else wants to add in something before I do that, please do.
I'm just, if it's okay, Chair.
Sorry.
Go.
I think Commissioner Lopez has been wanting to ask something for a bit.
Stuart, you said you submitted a plan to DFA to get more range riders, correct? Correct. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lopez, just a scope of work. We're trying to get a determination.
Okay, well, I got since I budget people here, what, we have vacancy savings, don't we, in the budget, last I saw, correct? Is there vacancy savings? How much vacancy savings do we have? Reason I ask because if we're gonna go through a contract through DFA to hire range riders to help Catron County, and if we have vacancy savings based on our P code, why can't we hire a couple of full-time employees that down there that we don't have to go down this train 6-7 years down the road? Part-time employees or full-time employees, because and the Wolf program to help out your team.
Yeah. Commissioner Stump, Commissioner Lopez, I think our employees are going to cost a lot more than what we could do on contract base with maybe a landowner that works down in Catron County. I think that would be a better way to do this as we put this out for contract to bid, and that maybe even one of the rancher's children bid on that, or one of the a different ranch hand bids on it, and that knows that country, knows how to work the land a lot better than what someone from outside in the public would. I think it'd be better suited to let them bid that contract and work on hazing and attempts there. And I think local knowledge of that is going to be better than trying to hire 2 or 3 full-time employees, where we maybe could put 6 or 7 more contractors out that maybe are getting paid when there's definitely periods where depredations are very high and then depredations fall off. And so, for example, January through May, when elk aren't calving, depredations peak and it spikes. And so we see a fall off on some depredations after elk calve. And so what does that employee do at that time versus we can maybe saturate more contract employees during the depredation season for the same cost instead of full-time employees.
So what's the I guess the contract amount that what's the amount of money that the department's willing to spend, I guess, on this?
Chairman Stump, Commissioner Lopez, we have to get a determination first on if it's a professional service or a general service. And I don't want to speak before we get that determination made. And so that's really going to depend on how that determination is made.
Okay. And then a question for the commissioners from Catron County. Where is the emergency order now? Is up the chain? Is it where is it at, the location of it or status of it, I guess?
I know for sure that it's on, that Howie Morales has had it. I don't know I think the governor's gone right now, but I don't know if she's, I haven't heard from her office. Just heard from some Howie Morales staff, and they have it.
Okay, so it's in the chain in government, the bureaucracy government somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Lopez, just for the record, the biggest, I'm sure that most of you know this, but the biggest percentage of our kills happen at night. And so the range rider position, it's not like a cherry or an easy position, because for a range rider to be effective, when the livestock are getting killed most, they're going to need to be out there from 12 to 4 in the morning with night vision goggles and be able to see the wolves coming in and stuff. So it isn't like I go out in the afternoon for a couple hours and yell at some wolves. Like, it would be, uncomfortable conditions.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. And to address what you just remarked on, I agree with that. And I think it will take that type of effort to get what we need to get. If you're going to have range riders, we need to get someone that's willing to do it at night, just like a hunter is willing to get up every morning at 4 in the morning. So I don't disagree with that. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I can't say thank you enough for your presentation and for your patience and understanding with us. We're really trying to work through this, okay? And we're listening. So to wrap this up, Well, my question would be for the director, I think, Mr. Secretary, is a summary at some point of what is it specifically we're going to be doing between now and our next meeting in Red River? Or at least how are we going to move forward on this? A summary.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, we can certainly put something together probably in my monthly report to you.
Can I make a comment?
You have one more? Yes.
I have something I would like to wrap up with, because I knew we would get to a point, I hope that we could, what is our next step and how can we help? So I would like to say overall, your presentation and my time now talking to many people underscores the evolving wolf situation. I also understand that 90% of the wolves are in Catron County. So that's a concern. With real safety concerns near our homes and livestock losses, as well as potential federal funding shifts could impact New Mexico Department of Game and Fish wolf program, how we are involved in this wolf program. I believe we as a commission need updates to plan reasonably. And that's kind of what Commissioner Salazar Hickey was saying. And we need to continue this open public dialogue around this important topic. So I would therefore like to see both on the June meeting and the August meeting agendas this topic. And I would like at the next meeting, the Department of Game and Fish, as well as the August meeting, to give us any updates, because I think this whole thing is evolving tremendously. And I'm Chief Liley, I'm thrilled to hear that you've worked on, a plan, or, you're working on a plan. I'd like to hear more about that. And I would like to also have as listed on the agenda for the June and August meeting, this be an action item in case the commissioners want to advise or direct the Department of Game and Fish on their advisory role on the Wolf Executive Committee and any other actions they may be doing. Not saying it'll be an action item for certain, but I think it should be listed that in case we decide there's something that we want to act upon. So I will hope that you will take that into consideration, and I hope that some of the other commissioners will feel the same way.
Thank you, Commissioner Peck. I will take that into consideration as well as both the meetings. I don't know that we'll do both of those meetings. We'll talk about that. But sum this all up, thank you guys. I appreciate your, it's a lot of information. And I've heard it before, and I don't think everybody has. But I also have to point out, as the commission, the chair of the commission, I also received, I would say, close to 600 or 700 emails from the advocates, and which is great. They were all, I don't know if any of you received those, but I received, they were all addressed to me. It was all the same form letter. So they all sent the same letter. I'm a little disappointed nobody from that side is here today. But the bottom line is, where there's wolves, people don't want wolves. And where there's no wolves and people don't live around wolves, they think wolves are great and they want more wolves. And it's a challenge. And I don't think anybody on this commission here wants the wolf program to fail. I certainly do not. And I know Commissioner Pack receives constant concerns every day from both sides. That's right. And so that's my point. What I took notice of is I realized I didn't really see one email from anybody with any kind of form of solutions. No solutions. This is very polarized. And these groups that exist, they're environmental groups, which I think they're great that they're around here, and part of our existence. There's a lot of money there, and it would be great if we could all come together and not be so polarized. So this is a successful program for everyone. And it's it's a sticky place right now because it is in recovery. So I'd like to close with that and this, and I appreciate you guys being here today. I think we're going to take a break for lunch. And thanks again, commissioners. Oh, public comment. I forgot all about public comment. I'm going on a piece of toast here. So, yeah, I guess we have some public comment. I apologize, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Chairman Stump. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Tom Patterson. I'm a cattle rancher from Catron County, and I serve as president-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. I've spoken with you a number of times before about Mexican wolves and about the emerging or the consistent aggravating situation with them. I disagree with you, Chairman Stump. We've given you a list today of what can be done now. To the question that Commissioner Clemente and Commissioner Hickey identified, what can be done now? I believe you've got a list of 15 action items based on what ranchers have said, based on what public safety officials have said, based on what wolf investigators, depredation officers have said. You've got a list. That list has been getting assembled for years. It's been updated with the most recent information that we could possibly find in Catron County to give it to you. So we've put our best foot forward to give you specific action items. They don't all involve delisting. They don't all involve lethal kills. They're things that can be done now, immediately. To your question, Commissioner Fulfer, about numbers, we can stop putting more wolves in Catron County. There is no reason subject to an issue about genetic diversity on cross fosters, subject to that, there is no reason why they should be releasing more wolves in Catron County. To the point about, well, Fish and Wildlife Service is in charge of all this, I would respond, go talk to them. They might listen to you. They darn sure don't listen to us. They pat us on the head and ignore us. But you can go to the Fish and Wildlife Service as a member of the interagency field team, as a member of the Mexican Wolf Executive Committee, and tell them, no more wolves in Catron County. Provide cluster information. Provide the number of wolves in packs so the investigators can have that information because they say it would be useful for them. There are things that can be done now, short of delisting, short of perhaps going in and trying to modify the 10J, short of a Rule 4 rule. There are things that can be done now that would make a difference in management. And that's what, we really want to see. I think the problem we have, and it's been illustrated here repeatedly today, is that the debate over wolves raises two almost philosophical questions. Does ESA management rules, do those rules adequately address the situation when the species at issue is an apex predator and not some worm or butterfly or toad? Second, where do people fit in the hierarchy management vis-a-vis an apex predator?
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Next up is Cleo. Cleo what? Cleo Mew?
Cleo Mao.
Mao, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you. I came in support and to hear what is going on. I was born and raised in Catron County, and we've known each other our whole life. We were all raised together in the county. My father still resides there and is a very small cattle rancher. When I say small, he's down to 15 cows. And unfortunately, my dad is very proud and will not usually call anybody to come see the wolf kills. But when I begged him to was whenever my mother, my late mother, stepped outside and saw her puppy that was given to her, Butter, and witnessed a wolf eating the back end of her puppy and just walked off from their front yard, right outside their front yard, is where Butter was laying. And so that was several years ago. I fortunately did not have to go to school and sit at the school bus. I was the first one on and the last one off the bus as a child. And That was at 6:30 in the morning because our bus ride was very long. But to see my childhood friends raising their children there, along with Audrey and Buster's kids, who I've known their whole lives, have to sit in a cage or not even be able to wait for the bus outside because of the danger of the wolves. How many of you guys have ever encountered a wolf in the wild, a gray wolf? Okay, you have. So I drove every day 65 miles one way to work from Magdalena to Camado. And then I would drive 1 day a week to Reserve and 1 day a week to Daddle. And the other day I worked in Magdalena. And so I worked in the public schools at the time. I saw many wild gray wolves in the wild that would just sit on the side of the road and watch cars pass by. Pulled up to one right in Daddle Canyon, and he just sat there, and I rolled down the window and it just stood there and stared at me. We had a staring contest, and then I just drove off. Now, if little Miss Breeley, who I've known since she was in kindergarten or pre-K, and Miss Taylor, I was heartbroken by both of their experiences, and those are just the first. But whenever I get on social media to find out what's going back home, and I see my friends and childhood classmates posting that the wolf was in the middle of town in Reserve, I was pretty distraught to know that it was in town. This is where I call home. This is where I graduated from, and this is where my family still resides. So I was optimistic coming here today. And after hearing you guys listen to the commissioners, I'm
Thank you, Ms. Mel. We have, I think, 6 online.
Yes, we currently have 6 hands raised. We'll start with Cindy Toole. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, I appreciate this opportunity to speak today. One of the commissioners asked how the public safety in Catron County was being documented, and the answer Ms. McQueen provided was that the sheriff has that documentation. I would like the commission to know that I submitted a public records request for that information on April 2nd, 2025, and as of today, I still haven't received those records or any information. I'm here today to be the voice for the Mexican gray wolves in New Mexico because they are actually under attack by members of the ranching industry, despite the fact that livestock depredations are going down. They have been going down since their peak in 2019. The Fish and Wildlife Service has a 5-year report that attributes this decline in depredations to an uptick in coexistence measures like range riding, showing that rancher effort is what makes the difference in the numbers of livestock lost to predators, not the killing of wolves. Compared to the number of livestock on the ground in New Mexico, there are very few wolves. We noticed that there's a new fulfilled wolf removal order posted on the Fish and Wildlife site today for Rainy Mesa. The government apparently took the patriarch of the Hill Canyon Pack last week for his alleged crimes of feeding his family on the easiest prey available on the national forest lands, and that's private livestock. So just this month, 2 Mexican gray wolves, key members of their packs, and important contributors to the future of wolf recovery have been killed at the behest of the livestock industry, which is private business. The New Mexico cattle growers are asking for a variety of management changes, from defunding and delisting the Mexican gray wolf program to insisting that every wolf is collared to firing program staff. None of that is geared towards recovery. It's geared towards serving the interests of private business who want more wolves to be removed from the land. I don't think that's what the majority of New Mexicans or Americans want to see. I think they're a vocal minority. I do think the fear is real, but I think coexistence measures and information shared by the Game and Fish Department could help people to alleviate a lot of their fear and a lot of the problems that are going on. Livestock grazing, drought, those things displace the natural prey for wolves, which is elk and deer. And I've heard ranchers complaining about the number of wolves in the forest, saying the wolves eat their cows. They complain about the number of elk, saying the elk eat their grass. They complain about the number of junipers, saying the trees keep the grass from growing. They complain about coyotes, bears, and cougars. It appears that the ranchers in certain parts of New Mexico think there's just too much wild in the wild places in New Mexico. And I just completely disagree. I visit New Mexico so that I can have the opportunity to see and hear wolves. It's a tourist industry that could be a boon for the communities, and I hope that that would be encouraged. It's what makes New Mexico a beautiful place to visit and live, those wild animals being on the landscape. They belong in New Mexico, they have a right to exist, and private businesses like ranchers have an obligation to share the land with the plants and animals that were there first. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up, we will have Joanna Zhang. Joanna, you're unmuted.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to give comment. So I'm Joanna Zhang. I'm the endangered species advocate with Wild Earth Guardians, and I'm based in Albuquerque. I wanted to speak to a few of the things that Cindy already covered, but we heard today a lot of anecdotes of wolf attacks, and to echo what Cindy pointed out, the number of wolves that or the number of kills that wolves are making of livestock are actually decreasing. That's gone down both in total and per 100 wolves. And to me, that doesn't really signal an emergency. And when we talk about defunding or delisting wolves or any of that sort of thing, it's really when U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and state agencies can carry out and have the resources to do proactive, non-lethal deterrence work. That's when we're able to keep livestock losses down. So when you defund a program like this and you take staff off the ground, then there's a higher possibility of things going backwards. I also wanted to highlight that wolves are not the biggest threat to livestock on the landscape. There are so many other threats that are statistically more likely to kill drought. Like you can look at, or more likely to kill cattle, like drought being a big one, along with disease, theft, injury, weather, etc. And there are a lot of things currently working against agriculture in Catron County. We have the climate crisis this year. New Mexico had some of the worst snowpack that it's ever had historically, and there's big wildfire risk. So Catron County could be investing in water infrastructure or resources for people to create defensible space rather than, declaring this wolf emergency. And, it's been pointed out today that there's this people, I hear the fear and from the folks who've spoken up today, and I also wanted to speak for Wild Earth Guardians members. We work with many people in Catron County who love wolves. They're not afraid of them. They want them on the landscape, but their voices are often drowned out by others. And a final point that I wanted to make was, if the commission wanted to relieve the pressure of wolves on Catron County, we heard from the presentation today about the high density of wolves in Catron County compared to Yellowstone. They could lift the ban on crossing I-40 and let wolves disperse into suitable habitat in northern New Mexico. When wolves are being prohibited from going north, that kind of artificially inflates the population density in Catron County and makes it higher than it needs to be. So yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Joanna. Next up, we'll have Craig Miller. Craig, you are allowed to speak. Craig, can you unmute your microphone on your end, please?
Hi, I'm Craig Miller. I'm the Senior Southwest Representative for Defenders of Wildlife. I live in the Mexican wolf experimental population area. I've been involved with Mexican wolf recovery since before wolves were on the ground. One of my projects involves working with ranchers to place range riders on the ground and to use non-lethal tools and conflict prevention strategies. To date, we've supported over 180 discrete projects for a total of over $1.7 million. We use our expenditures combined with the in-kind contributions of participating ranchers to help federal and state agencies receive additional support. In New Mexico, that takes place through the New Mexico Department of Agriculture and eventually through the County Livestock Loss Authority. It comes in the form of livestock loss demonstration grants, which are also federal funding. In 2023, as a result of this partnership, the Livestock Loss Authority received $150,000 in compensation funding and 97,500 in prevention grants. Additionally, the Federal Livestock Indemnity Program, which is funded in part through the Farm Bill, paid out $736,000 plus to 25 recipients just in the year 2023. Additionally, Governor and the legislature recently appropriated $1.5 million to go to the Livestock Loss Authority to assist with depredation compensation and conflict prevention. Additionally, as Director Liley mentioned, the NRCS allocated $6.5 million for livestock risk management in predator occupied areas to be split between New Mexico and Arizona, led by Western Landowners Alliance. To quote one of the officers of the County Livestock Loss Authority, just to clarify, there's no lack of money. That's a complete lie, period. That was in November of last year. In Arizona, they recently implemented a carcass removal incentive, which pays producers $250 for disposing of livestock carcasses to reduce the potential for them serving as an attractant. The point is, one of the problems Catron County is experiencing now is the result of an emergency declaration, which just ushered in more irrational and irresponsible decisions that led to the dismissal of the experts with wildlife services who are responsible for range riding and non-lethal deterrence. Implementing another emergency declaration would only inject more hyperbole and confusion into an already challenging program. Funding is available. What's really needed is clear thinking and a commitment from leaders in all camps to use our collective problem solving to apply the significant resources already available to get the.
Thank you, Craig. Next up, we will have Aaron Hunt. Aaron, you are unmuted. Aaron?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your dedication in carrying out your mission of conserving wildlife for future generations. My name is Aaron Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest, a collaborative effort of concerned community members, scientists, educators, and conservation organizations working to save the endangered Mexican gray wolf. In joining from the traditional and unceded lands of the Kumeyaay Nation, I've worked with Mexican wolves for over 17 years. I'm a visitor to New Mexico who appreciates the native wildlife and wild places and vibrant and diverse culture. I frequently spend my time and tourist dollars in the state. Wolves are an endangered species native to New Mexico, and they deserve continued protection from illegal and government-sanctioned killings. We're hearing a lot about costs, but New Mexico's biodiversity and native species are priceless. Let's keep investing in that natural heritage. I'm speaking on behalf of New Mexicans and Arizonans who couldn't attend today, but who support Mexican wolves, including people who live in wolf country. Based on research polling data that included an oversample of Catron and Grant counties to ensure those living in wolf country were represented, we have several important takeaways. Opinion on protections for plants and animals under the ESA follows the nationwide trend, showing a majority of support. Support for Mexican wolf recovery remains very strong, 73% in Arizona and 74% in New Mexico. 3 in 4 voters, more than a 3-to-1 margin, want to see the success of Mexican wolf recovery. The majority of voters in the counties in or near the areas where Mexican wolf recovery is active also support the effort. 59% in Catron and Grant counties and 56% in Navajo, Greenlee, and Apache counties. 70% of New Mexicans feel we need to do more to protect endangered species. 59% of voters in Catron and Grant counties agree. Only 39% of Catron and Grant County voters believe livestock should be given higher priority over the recovery of wolves on public lands in New Mexico. 58% of Catron and Grant County voters believe wolves are an essential part of nature, keeping elk and deer herds healthy by ensuring the most fit animals survive. Only 35% believe the wolf population should be controlled because of impacts on deer and elk. The Mexican Wolf Recovery Program should be fully funded and fully staffed so that the state of New Mexico continues to receive resources and support needed to recover Mexican gray wolves. That helps Catron County too. Recovery will be most successful when done through collaboration between states, tribes, and the federal government. Livestock depredations are decreasing despite a growing wolf population, and there has never been a documented attack by a Mexican wolf on a human. Thank you for considering these points as you continue your work preserving all native species in New Mexico.
Thank you, Erin. Up next will be Brandon Nguyen. Brandon, you are unmuted.
Thank you.
I apologize, Brandon. You are unmuted.
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I'm actually in Catron County right now. I'm turkey hunting. I've been running around down here for over 2 weeks. All over Catron County, 16D, 15, other 16 units. I've been all over. And what I'm seeing, I mean, the drought is unbelievable. This is the driest year. I've been coming to this exact area 25 or 30 years, every spring, every April. It's as dry as I've ever seen it right now. I think I've seen it this dry one time. Tanks that are usually have at least some water are empty. And even on wetter years, more normal years, what you see in the whole Gila country in Catron County is cattle grazing on public land is severely degrading the habitat, which is fine. If that's the United States policy that we want to give a huge percentage of the forage to cattle ranchers and subsidize cattle ranching, and there's so much direct cash payments, subsidies for cattle ranching. I mean, it's supported by the public, which is fine. I think it's good policy. It keeps people on the landscape, keeps open areas, so on and so forth. But then, so cattle ranchers in Catron County, in particular, in the Gila, want to suppress the elk population. They want to have the majority of the forage for cattle. They want to suppress the elk population so it doesn't interfere with cattle. And then when elk go to private land to get lunch or a drink of water, they get private permits. 75% of the private permits in the entire Rocky Mountains are issued to New Mexico cattle ranchers. So the thing is, who knew that there's wildlife on public land? We give enough to the cattle ranching industry. To hear these ranchers come into the Game Commission and bitch and moan about this and that, and oh my God, there's wildlife out there. It's infuriating. And the Game Commission has been catering to cattle ranching we have the largest elk permit privatization program of all the other states combined comes out of New Mexico. The commission caters and caters and caters and caters to ranchers. I mean, really, the only thing I think you could do to satisfy the cattle ranchers in New Mexico is to deed all the wildlife to them. You've almost done that already. Deed the wildlife to them, deed the public land to them. Just give them what they want. They want everything. They don't think that there should be wildlife. They don't think there should be other people on the landscape. Just give them what they want. The bottom line is there is not a crisis with wolves in the Gila. It's a manufactured crisis. The wolf program is going as predicted and as it should, slow and steady recovery. And once we get them delisted, the state can manage them. And it's just not this problem that everyone's hearing. And the Game Commission should see through this bullshit. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And up next, we'll have Mary Catherine Ray. Mary Catherine, you are unmuted.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello. Excellent. Thank you so much. My name is Mary Catherine Ray. For 35 years, we've lived among wildlife just outside the Gila in a remote part of Socorro County. The first time I saw a pair of wolves was by our fence line on the National Forest as I walked out the door with my own 2 dogs. Both wolves turned and ran away as fast as their legs would carry them as soon as they saw us. The experience was not threatening. Nevertheless, my dogs are never outside without me. I don't want them interacting and possibly harming or being harmed by any wildlife. I view this as my responsibility to keep them and wildlife safe in the place that is home for all of us. I sometimes see wolf tracks. I've heard them howl. This does not scare me. To the contrary, my experience of nature is heightened by their presence. I've carried bear spray for years for defense, but honestly, the closest I have ever come to deploying it was not on any wild carnivore, but on a domestic rangeland cow that was inexplicably aggressive. When we first came to the outback years before wolf reintroduction, the paranoia then was about secret government black helicopters whose nefarious mission included cattle mutilations, often around the genital area. But time proved these were just cows that died out on the range. The anal area is the location where scavengers often begin to eat because it is soft fin tissue. There are many ways for a rangeland cow to die: eating toxic weeds, lightning strikes, calving complications. I once found a dead cow with her calf half delivered. It was a gruesome and really sad discovery, but no carnivore was involved. Outdoor Life magazine covered the Catron County story and ran a photo similar to the cow I found, claiming it was a wolf kill, but the haunches showed none of the signature wounds that would point in that direction. I'm concerned that wolves are blamed for deaths they do not cause. I'm not saying wolves don't ever kill a cow, but I am skeptical they are doing so in numbers claimed by some ranching operations. Right now, we are suffering from horrible drought. Since we've been here, it has never been this severe. And I understand the fear for the future this has to make ranchers feel, but it's not the fault of wolves. Compensation is available for verified wolf losses. Strategies exist to minimize losses. One of the requirements for raising livestock on what little is left of our wild natural habitats is that ranchers must bear the risk of these and many other hazards. It should be taken as an expected and normal cost of business, not an atypical emergency.
Thank you, Mary Catherine. And that is all the hands we have raised at this time.
Okay, not so fast. The auditor would like to make a presentation before we go to lunch so they can get out of here. Okay. So thank you, commissioners. So item number 8, Chief Rail and Ms. Tinker are going to statutory required presentation of independent audit of the Department of Fiscal Year 2024.
So agenda item number 8 is the annual audit for fiscal year 2024. I'll just go ahead and introduce Jane Tinker. She's going to be joining us via Zoom. I just want to remind you that this is an action item.
Hi, hello. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jane Tinker. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Yay. Sometimes I don't have always the best luck with Zoom, so I'm glad it worked. Yeah, thank you for your time and thank you for just having me before you guys head to lunch. I know you're probably hungry. I still have to have my lunch too, so I won't take very much of your time. But my name is Jane Tinker. I am with CLA. I'm a director and was part of the engagement team for the department's fiscal year 2024 audit. And we're just going to be here today. I'm going to be here today just going over some required communications and then just the results of the audit. So I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation that I have. And just want to confirm you guys are seeing the PDF, correct? Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. So as I said, this is the required communications. We do have some responsibilities under generally accepted auditing standards. These are to express an opinion on the fair presentation of the financial statements in conformity with GAAP. We do plan to perform the audit to obtain reasonable, not absolute assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. We do obtain an understanding of internal control over financial reporting at the beginning of the audit. We do utilize a risk-based audit approach, so getting that understanding of the environment every single year and changing our audit based on that understanding.
Excuse me, Ms. Tinker. Excuse me for 1 second.
Yes.
We don't have anything on our screens.
Okay, let me see here.
Give us 1 sec.
Let
It'd be nice to have it here.
me try again. Oh, you know what? Hold on. You are sharing that screen. Can you see it now? Hopefully.
Ms. Speaker, hang on just a moment. We're working on a few technical things on our end, so give us just a moment.
Okay.
You know what? Go ahead and proceed and hopefully it'll come on while we're So please proceed, Ms. Tinker. I'm sorry for the
Okay,
interruption.
no, that's okay. Completely fine. I understand. We do evaluate the accounting policies and the significant accounting estimates that are in place by management. And then we do communicate any significant matters to appropriate parties that we need to as we're going through the audit. There is a plan, scope, and timing of the audit that we decided at the beginning of the audit. We did perform the audit according to that plan, scope, and timing, and this was previously communicated during the audit exit conference. There are some other information that are included in the department's financial statements, and just a reminder here that those financial statements may only be used in their entirety, that our approval will be required to use our audit report and any sort of client prepared documents. And then we are required to read other information and consider whether there is material inconsistency between that other information and the financial statements. As far as the significant accounting policies, just a reminder here, management is responsible for the accounting policies of the department. The accounting policies are outlined in note 2 to the financial statements. There were no significant changes in the accounting policies during the year. There were no new accounting standards, and we do feel that the accounting policies are appropriate for the department. As far as significant accounting estimates, this is again an area of focus under a risk-based audit approach. We do not feel that there were any particularly sensitive or any estimates that required substantial judgment by management. Significant financial statement disclosures, we also do not feel that there are any that are particularly sensitive, and we did not note any significant unusual transactions by the department during the year. There is some supplementary information in the financial statements. These include the combining and individual non-major fund financial statements, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards or the CFA, and then the schedules that are required by the state auditor's office, which are in the back of the financial statements. We are engaged to report on the supplementary information in relation to the financial statements as a whole. We did note that the method of preparing that information has not changed from the prior year. The supplementary information does reconcile to the consolidated statements, and the information is appropriate and complete in relation to our audit. There was a management representation letter that was provided to us right before the report was actually issued. There have been no past adjustments, or we call them PAGs, during the audit. So that means that we did not find anything in the financial records that needed to be corrected and was passed on during the audit. There were no difficulties during the audit that we encountered. There were no issues discussed prior to our retention as independent auditors with management. We had no disagreements with management regarding the accounting, reporting, or any other financial related matters. To our knowledge, management did not consult with other independent auditors, and we had no difficult or contentious matters requiring consultations outside of the engagement team for the department. As far as the results of the audit, we did issue 2 opinions. There is going to be one related to the financial statements, it's our independent auditor's report that we did issue an unmodified. An unmodified opinion is going to be the most favorable outcome that an entity can receive from an audit. The second opinion that we rendered was related to the federal awards, and that's going to be the major programs, the money that the department receives from the federal government. We did also issue an unmodified opinion over that. As far as the actual major federal programs that we tested this year, we did normally every year you're going to see it's the Fish and Wildlife Cluster. That's of course the biggest amount of expenditures that department utilizes from federal funding. And then this year we did have to pick up the state wildlife grants. That is probably the second biggest one. And then it was just on its natural 2-year rotation. So your big guys have to get audited every 2 years. We did not have any financial statement findings. There were only 2 findings during the audit. One of the findings is going to be in your major federal programs, and that was specifically related to payroll disbursements. We did note during our testing of 20 payroll disbursements that one of the items that we tested, the grant was undercharged by about $111 for 2 payroll disbursements. In this particular case, the department uploaded the wrong payroll file, and so that's how the undercharge occurred. As far as the second finding that we issued, it was going to be in other compliance and other matters. and that was specific to fuel cards. And the department in this case, I will say, as we went into the audit, made us fully aware of this. So do appreciate that full transparency as we started the audit. But any time there is any sort of, violation of state law, we do have to go ahead and actually put this as an audit finding. So in this particular case, there was about 7,500 in unallowable fuel card charges. And I know since then, and even since it occurred, I know the department's already started putting in place some other things to ensure that this, hopefully doesn't happen again. But those are going to be the two findings that we did issue during the audit. As far as the findings from last year, we had one related to accounts payable that was resolved. We did not have anything, we didn't note anything during our accounts payable testing. And there were two findings last year, one related to the deposit requirements for the state, the 24-hour rule. That was also resolved. We didn't know any issues during our audit related to that rule. And then there was a fuel cards finding last year as well. So that one is just repeated and modified based on those unallowable fuel charges that were noted during the audit. Otherwise, I'm gonna stop sharing. Here's the information. But at this point, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And I know I'll definitely leave it open for anything that, Paul wanted to say, questions, by the commission, but just wanted to really say that we do appreciate all of the department's efforts. We know that an audit is beyond the regular day-to-day that they have to do for their jobs. So we really do appreciate all the time and effort, because there is a lot that goes into an audit, and all of our requests in order to be able to complete the audit. Do want to let you know that management was very pleasant to work with. And we do appreciate being able to serve the department again this year. So I'll turn it over to Paul. I don't know if he wanted to say anything else.
Any questions for Ms. Tinker?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do want to say thank you, Jane Tinker. I do appreciate that. I also want to express for the record, Commissioner Chair Richard Stump, Mike Sloan, Paul Varela, excuse me, sorry, Joe Miano, Stephanie Tapia, Jeremy Martin, and of course, Laura Beltran Schmitz. I think you all did an excellent job. I appreciate all the hard work that you did in getting us here today with the summary. And in the report, when we have action that is due by June 25th, I take it it's already June 2025. I take it that means it's already been taken care of. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Chairman and Salazar, yes, it has been taken.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Tinker? Thank you, Ms. Tinker. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move to approve the department's audit report for fiscal year 2024.
Did you have anything else, Paul? No. Do you have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Okay, everybody, let's break for lunch. Thank you all.
We have some members of the audience and people from the public here. How long is the break? Half an hour? 20 minutes?
Let's do half an hour.
Half an hour. Okay, thank you.
Everybody, moving on the agenda. Item number 9, the initial discussion and proposed changes to the Fisheries Rule 19.31.4 NMAC. Chief Kurt Patton, can you please proceed?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Like you said, I am here today to initiate amendments or the adoption of the new fisheries rule, as well as fisheries related portions of the manner and method rule. Similar to many of our other rules with our Game Commission rule, the fisheries rule is on a 4-year cycle, so it is set to expire on March 31 of 2026. So we will be doing a series of meetings culminating in a hearing this fall for the final adoption. So it is ready for going into effect next license year. So before I get into the actual proposals, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of some of the considerations we make or undergo to get to a point of providing these proposals. Some of this starts, I guess, right after the adoption of the current rule, and that's we start getting comments from the public about different things that we should consider. We also start to look at our management across the state and think about potential rule changes that we could make that would augment our management, as well as we continue to use our monitoring data across fisheries in New Mexico and look at our management plan criteria and how we're measuring up, so on and so forth. So the proposals that we have developed for this round so far are not all that extensive. These are the actual fisheries rule amendments for this round. We are proposing to clarify the definition of artificial fly or lure with a single barbless hook. We are also, there's a difference between the rule in the manner and method rule as well as in the fisheries rule. We want to clear up those discrepancies. There's also been some comments we've received from the public regarding what is or is not a artificial bait or a artificial fly or lure related to natural or artificial scents that are added into something like a artificial salmon egg, or those sorts of things. There's starting to be a blurring of lines between some of the bait versus artificial fly or lure. So we're looking into that and are proposing to add regarding a no artificial or natural scent in an artificial fly or lure. There are 3 changes we were proposing to the special trout water designation this time. The first 2 that are worth mentioning are Rio Chiquito and the Rio San Antonio. These are both Rio Grande cutthroat trout populations that we have discovered over the past couple of years. And they have encroaching non-native trout populations. So as part of our native trout conservation efforts over the years, we've allowed, or the Game Commission has allowed, catch and release regulations for Rio Grande cutthroat trout, as well as unlimited harvest for non-native trout as a way for the anglers to get involved in their conservation efforts for Rio Grande cutthroat trout. Jacks Creek is currently a special trout water, catch and release and artificial fly lures only. We have started to discover brown trout upstream of the fish migration barrier or the waterfall there. We have been in negotiations with the Forest Service to install and enhance that fish migration barrier. Ran into some troubles with a lessee and their objection to where we were proposing to place the barrier. So in the interim, we're proposing to allow unlimited harvest for non-native trout while we negotiate a new location for that fish barrier. We're also proposing to remove the specific reference to Santa Cruz, Bonito Lake, and Springer Lakes in the actual rule. We used to have fisheries hours listed in the fisheries rule, a time of day. And the last round we removed that. And some of the comments we received internally is we should consider doing that same thing, not calling out specific lakes that are closed to ice fishing, and use the signage at the local, at the actual water body to incorporate those prohibitions. This is a summary of the manner and method proposals that we're going with. Oh, my bad. Yeah, sure. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I mentioned, for the fisheries rule, we're proposing to clarify artificial fly and lure, a single barbless hook, make those 2 definitions consistent. Again, remove the reference to Santa Cruz Lake, Bonito Lake, and Springer Lakes as far as being closed to ice fishing. Again, refer to or use signage at those waters. When I was with you last time, I presented to you Pecos pupfish conservation efforts in this area, in this Roswell area. Part of the prohibitions or part of the proposal this time is to outlaw the use of bait fish in the BLM overflow wetlands area just north here of Roswell, and that will augment our Pecos pupfish conservation efforts. We are in the process of enhancing a boat ramp up at Jackson Lake Wildlife Management Area. Currently, you cannot use trolling motors in that water body. If we're going to enhance the boat ramp and encourage boaters, we wanted to allow use of trolling motors at Jackson Lake. And the last one that there is we are proposing to you to consider expanding the director's authority for temporarily suspending angling limits, methods potentially used, size limits, or to potentially close a water for a certain duration of time. This is intended to give us greater flexibility to respond to certain situations, say a water starts to get too warm and we start to notice some potential trout mortality, would enable us to, or the director, to issue a closure to protect that trout fishery. Last year, I don't know if you remember, there was what we discovered, what we think was an illegal introduction of smallmouth bass into Eagle Nest Lake. At that time, we were encouraging the public to go out and harvest smallmouth bass in that lake, but we have a 12-inch length limit. And so it was kind of odd to be encouraging harvest but at the same time saying you got to put those same fish back if they're less than 12 inches. So this would give us a little more greater management flexibility. At the same, what we're thinking of is potentially for the director to be able to make those decisions for a 6-month period, during the period where we would either come to you for an emergency rule or a more permanent change to a rule, or just let that time period elapse depending upon the management need. So we anticipate going to the public in May or June this year. We're still waiting on some scheduling. We anticipate probably doing online meetings. We've had some pretty good participation when we do a series of Zoom meetings or Teams meetings. And then we will be back. I will come back to you with a more formal proposal, as well as draft language, I believe, at your August meeting, again with a hearing on these proposed changes or the adoption of the new fisheries rule. I believe it'll be at your November meeting. Thank you. And that's all I have today.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, I guess I have one question. Public also, or it's appropriate, will you also be reaching out to the CAC, or do you get their input on this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, we typically don't include the CAC in these formal public outreach because that's more of a habitat stamp program advisory board. We certainly could include them, but I think our typical outreach would reach those same individuals.
For some reason, I thought that they had given input on some of our fishery issues, but maybe not. Yeah.
I just have a quick question. San Antonio Creek. Are there quite a few? When did you discover native trout there?
Let's see, Chair Stump, I believe we heard rumors of them being in there, and this is the San Antonio Creek up near Lagunitas Lake, just to make sure we're talking about the same geography. We heard rumors of a cutthroat up there maybe 5 to 6 years ago, is my recollection. We did genetic testing on that population, I want to say in 2022 or so, and confirmed that they were a genetically pure population of Rio Grande cutthroat trout.
And did you shock it?
Yes.
And did you find lots of suckers and rainbows as well, and browns?
No, it's my understanding that this reach that we're concerned about right now doesn't have any non-native species yet. We just want to encourage or discourage their expansion in that area.
So
farther down,
the upper creek below the lake?
Commissioner Stump, yes.
Oh, okay. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you for your presentation, Chief Stanton. Item number 10 is, excuse me, proposed changes to the migratory bird rule, 19.31.6 NMAC, given by Chief Lively. Chief Lively, go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Before you is the proposed changes to the migratory bird rule. We opened that rule in January of this year at your January meeting. As you'll recall, this is an annual rule. working in conjunction with the Fish and Wildlife Service and working within the federal frameworks that are allowed for hunting a migratory game bird. So it really is adjusting the bag and possession limits according to the frameworks and anything else that would come up in the proposed federal frameworks. That proposed federal rule did come out, I believe, in January in the Federal Register. What we kind of are proposing today is moving, like we do every single year, adjusting the season dates to coincide with the exposure dates that we're allowed. We're only allowed to hunt so many days in the season every year. In the north zones, we typically try to start the hunts a little bit earlier to avoid freeze out. And in the southern zones, we hunt as late as legally possible according to the framework. So you'll see some calendar shift dates just based off of that. We also are getting our allocation of greater sandhill cranes. Those are the sandhill cranes in the middle Rio Grande Valley and the Southwest. We are getting a slight increase in our allocation, so we're proposing an additional 12 permits in that draw hunt. So allowing 12 more hunters to draw those hunts for that area based upon our allocation. I think we are going to start running into an issue if we keep getting an increased allocation where we're going to get a potentially hunter density overcrowding type of an issue. There's only so much areas to hunt along the middle Rio Grande, and we're starting to maybe see that a little bit right now. We could have maybe gone a little bit more than 12, but we're going to test some of these seasons to see if we're getting into that overcrowding. But it is one thing we are hearing from hunters at the check stations. We do run mandatory check stations after those birds to ensure they're after harvest, to ensure that they're graders or not. And we are hearing a little bit of crowding. So we didn't want to go up too much, even though our allocation went up, would have allowed us to go up a little bit more. One of the biggest thing that's been in the works for years is there's a new pintail framework from the federal government that's going to allow us to increase the pintail bag limit from 1 to 3. Most likely that bag limit's not going to fluctuate as much as it has historically. It used to be 1, then maybe 2, then back to 3, then 1. So it's very confusing for hunters on an annual basis what that pintail limit was. The new federal frameworks really are going to probably keep it in that 3 bird bag limit more consistently over time, given where the population status is. We've only received 2 public comments since we opened the rule. We did have a hybrid public meeting in Albuquerque. We did have 1 member of the public attend. Because this rule doesn't change much on an annual basis, we don't get a lot of public participation. There's not a lot of changes that do occur. So there's not a whole lot of different participation coming in. And I think if we were to have bigger changes, if there was way bigger changes in the federal frameworks, I think you'd see more public comment. But because it's basically a status quo year, not a lot of comments coming in. The comments that we did receive were support for the proposed changes. There are some concerns about pintail hen harvest limits because it is going up to 3. I think biologically speaking, when they ran the models with the Fish and Wildlife Service, that's why they came up with the framework at 3. Population's doing fairly well, that we don't think it's going to have a harvest impact to where we'll see a population level concern. So just real quick, these are the proposed hunt dates. We have the 2024 last seasons and next seasons in there to show what we're looking like for ducks, geese, rails, snipe, and the youth waterfowl and September teal hunt. This is in the central flyway. We do sit in 2 different flyways divided by the continental divide. And so in the Pacific Flyway, here's our proposed dates. We are allowed to hunt a little bit more in the Pacific Flyway than we are in the Central Flyway. So with that, I would take questions. Just a note, this would be action item at a hearing at your June meeting is when we're proposing to have the hearing on this.
Any questions? You have one? Commissioner Lopez has one.
Stuart, what was the actual recommendation that came down from Fish and Wildlife regarding the sandhill crane? You said we could do 12.
So our allocation last year was 1,063. Our allocation this year is 1,135. Now, we said 12 more hunters, 2-day hunt, and the bag limit is 3 a day. So that's why we're saying 12. We don't reach our allocation. Like, you can't go above your allocation. So the other thing that's important in allocation, if we start to meet it during the season, we have to close the season even for our draw hunters. So we always stay under our allocation. We think we harvested about 800 birds approximately last year. So
that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Clemente.
I just had a comment. This rule always, it comes up once a year, correct? Why is it the reason? This is driven by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services data. I mean, they're the ones that recommend. Why we don't just Game and Fish propose and we adopt the proposed changes because it's based on U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. Why going through so much? It's just a question.
That's a good question. So, because we always adapt. So how would we go?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, the only reason why you would want to have it is if you want to be more restrictive. So you could always be more restrictive than the federal government. This commission's chosen to always kind of adopt the whatever the Fish and Wildlife Service, but you always would have the ability to say fewer days or something like that. Where you see that more than probably anywhere is in the kind of Mississippi Flyway, Arkansas, Louisiana, where duck hunting is so predominant. Tens of thousands of duck hunters, even Texas. New Mexico is a small level of participation in terms of the continental scale of waterfowl management. So these rules are pretty big in other states where they're trying to deal with it. Because we're liberal, we don't have other concerns. If the commission wanted to always just adopt the framework set by the service, that absolutely could happen.
I will put it there on the table for the commission to think about.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. Commissioner Salazar-Hickey.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you stole my question because I was actually interested in a 4-year rule. Why must we have a 4-year rule for some of ours rules and others are just a 1 year, or maybe we could make them 2. And this is really also for the public. I know earlier there was a question about who makes the policy, and I want to be very clear for the record. It is the commission who makes policy decisions, not the Department of Game and Fish. So from a biology perspective and a specialist, why would we want to go with a 4-year rule for some like wild big game?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hickey, because the federal government in this sets an annual rule, and so the Fish and Wildlife Service dictates what we can or can't do on this one, because migratory birds, they have ultimate authority to say, and they do this on an annual basis. And so because they do it on an annual basis, we have to either say we agree with the Fish and Wildlife Service or we want to be more restrictive. You can't be more liberal, but you could say we want to be more restrictive. To the Commissioner Clemente's point, we could always, we in my tenure have never been more restrictive per se. We have some special regulations that we've asked for, like a Middle Rio Grande goose, that we are more restrictive than what would be allowed by the Fish and Wildlife Service. So there are a few aspects that we are a little bit more restrictive, but for the most part, we just agree with the federal frameworks that are allowable. So it could be that it is something that in rule that you could delegate the authority over to the department to accept the federal frameworks on an annual basis type of a thing. But we would have to have a rule that states the season dates. So the season dates do change on an annual basis. So we have to have something in regulations that say the season dates that are by the Fish and Wildlife Service.
I have one last question for you. You're speaking of hunter density for sandhill cranes. Where are they allowed to hunt?
Mr. Chair, so the specific population, the Middle Rio Grande Valley, the greater sandhill cranes, basically from South Albuquerque to Elephant Butte.
So on any property?
That is correct. Public, private, anywhere as long as they have written permission on private. And then we have a fair amount of people that do hunt on the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, that they work with the Conservancy District to get access to that to hunt.
I know a lot of farmers down there that would love for them to show up. So I actually called you last year.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I think you sent some hunters there and they got a crane.
Yeah, I think to that point, I think if there's private landowners that are interested in having harvest, we would be willing to enter into open gate agreements with them on an annual basis to try to encourage participation on those. So I think those, if there are farmers that experience depredations, they could always reach out to us. We could work through some potential agreements for future years that then puts those into areas that we'd have available to our public hunters on hunts in that special draw crane area.
I will explore that. Okay, thank you. There's no public comment on this, right? Okay, Chief, thank you for your presentation. And Chief Lively is going to present the initial discussion of proposed changes to the Upland Game Rule 19.31.5 NMAC. Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So this is the first time you're hearing this. This is a 4-year rule. This is our Upland Game Rule, and we're opening it today. Upland game consists of quail, pheasant, dusky grouse, and tree squirrels. So we do this every 4 years. And let me get here real quick. What we're looking like from a calendar perspective is opening it here today. Some initial ideas that the department wants to propose to you all for changes. And then we would come back to you either in the June or August meeting with more substantial changes, kind of our bigger recommendations, and then an adoption in November. And so in the interim, we'd have public meetings. I have a slide that would get to that. But some of our initial proposed ideas is, like always, adjusting calendar dates, or excuse me, hunt dates to accord with calendar shifts, because we have a lot of hunts that start on a Saturday, et cetera. We are looking at potentially changing our youth pheasant hunt on Bernardo WMA to get kind of more participation. We have a fair amount of participation, but it seems to be a lot of repeat participation. Not as many youth applying for that hunt as we would like to see. It's less than, I think it's 60 applicants a year. So trying to figure out ways to maybe work with our information and education division to make like hunting camps or something more kind of exciting, maybe even exploring the opportunities to expand that to quail hunting there. So we're kind of working through that. We'll work through the public process to see if there's some ideas that we could come up with to make that hunt a little more exciting. It is a kind of a hunt where we release birds before and then they do hunt. So it's a good time for the children. It's just we want to make it a kind of a better experience, if you will. And then another proposal that we have is we currently have on our dusky grouse, it's the same bag limit season dates across the state. However, the southern population of them are not doing as well by any means. And the southern really is in the Gila. They are a mixed conifer bird that used to probably be in the Sacramentos, no longer there, but the Gila, they're not doing quite as well. We don't have a lot of harvest here. So it's not something that where we think harvest drove it. There's very few annual harvest in there, but there is the potential, if someone gets into a group of birds, they could take the 3, it might have a bigger impact. Again, very little harvest, but we're proposing in the north zone, so north of I-40, basically a 3 bird a day bag limit with 6 in possession. And then in the south in that Gila area, 1 bird a day and a bag limit of 2. I think some of the other comments that we've been hearing recently, and I think this is definitely drought driven, especially in gallinaceous birds like quail. Drought drives population dynamics, really not hunting density. And so we are hearing some concerns about our daily bag limits of 15 on quail. Whether hunting actually drives the dynamics or not is hard to say, but there is maybe some discussion to be had about season length and the end dates for that. As they get longer in the season, closer to the mating season for some of the birds, there might be a bigger impact. So we're kind of exploring that. We'll bring some more data to you all to show what we see from how many individuals actually harvest maybe 15 birds a day. We do collect data on daily bag limits, how many you harvested, where you harvested, so we can kind of bring that to you to see, are we seeing some potential bag limit issues where we would recommend reducing. But it's one thing we'll start exploring a little bit more back at the next commission meeting. Just real quick, this is the proposed shift in this pheasant season dates. Again, it's just so they are opening up on a Saturday. And so we would propose shifting those dates in the next 4 years to coincide with that. And then the dates for the Huey and the Huey and the Bernardo hunts for the pheasant. Looking again at that Middle Rio Grande youth only pheasant hunt to see if we want to make it something more of an experience. Here's just a quick depiction of the dusky grouse proposal. So everything south of that I-40 line would be a one bird per day bag limit and 2 in possession. We right now are going to have at least one public hybrid meeting that will be held on May 21st. We'll announce that through our normal channel website and also through our Gov Delivery email. To do that, we may have another public meeting in the south of the state as well to kind of discuss some of the more of the quail issues that we are. I think on the big thing on quail too, just to kind of end, we really saw a bumper year in quail almost 4 or 5 years ago on the eastern part of the state. So maybe a little bit more now. Some of the best that in most recent history, they really could rebound fast with good moisture and just large coveys, large clutches raised. I think we've had quite a few nest failures in the last few years, just the way the moisture has been. And so of a species that could rebound really quick to moisture, quail are definitely one that we could see. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Anybody?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Clemente, that's currently is a 3-day season. Really, most of our pheasants are not, there's just not a lot in the state. And a lot of them are ones that we've either planted for specific hunts. So we do purchase pheasants and put them in some of our WMAs to have some of these hunts. It's a quick hunt after they're harvested. There used to be probably a more centric population around the Clovis Portalis area, but that population's, it's still there, but not near what it was 30 years ago.
Appreciate it. Item number 4. Review of the bill impacting completed legislative session. Director Sloan is going to give that presentation.
As the chair noted, I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about the legislative session and the bills that have passed that directly affect the department and commission. During the legislative session, there were 18 bills introduced that directly related to commission and or department. There were, a whole bunch of OHV bills that were duplicates. There were a quail licensing bill or to allow folks to have quail without permitting through us, and a bunch of bills. The bottom line of all of that is that only 3 bills were really signed into law that directly impact the commission or the department. Those bills were SB 5, the Game Commission reform, House Bill 2, the General Appropriation Act, which was our budget, and House Bill 450, which is the capital outlay projects. So we could talk a little bit more in detail about those. So commission reform. Commission reform really did kind of 12 things with multiple effective dates, and I'll kind of walk through those. The first thing is that it changed the name of the commission and the department to the State Wildlife Commission and the Department of Wildlife with an effective date of July 1st of 2026. I think that speaks for itself. The other things that it's done sets qualification requirements for state game commissioners. There will now be 3 at-large members, of whom 1 is a Native American and all are from different counties with no more than 2 of the same political party. 1 member that is a rancher or farmer, quote, who actively works at growing or selling livestock or crops from a ranch or farm where at least 2 big game species as defined by and for which hunting is licensed by the department are frequently present, unquote. 1 member that is a conservationist who for the previous 4 years has been, quote, an employee, member of the board, or a member of an established advisory committee of a nonprofit wildlife or habitat conservation organization, the primary focus of which is not game species, unquote. 1 member that is a hunter and an angler, licensed as such for the previous 4 years, and 1 member that is a scientist with at least a master's degree in wildlife biology, conservation biology, fisheries science or management, wildlife science or management, or comparable wildlife field. And that becomes effective January 1 of 2027. So all of the commission-related items are effective January 1 of 2027. And those are we're going from the districts that you now have and the 2 at-large positions with some defined roles to more distinctly defined roles. Those requirements also include, I think no more than 4 members can be of 1 party. So it also changes the way that commissioners are appointed. It creates a nominating committee, which is to provide a list of at least 3 individuals for vacant positions to the governor, from which the governor then selects the person to appoint. The nominating committee is made up of 1 member appointed by the Speaker of the House, 1 member appointed by the Minority Floor Leader of the House, 1 member appointed by the President Pro Tem of the Senate, 1 member appointed by the Minority Floor Leader of the Senate, 2 members of different political parties appointed by the governor, 1 member appointed by the governor to represent Indian nations, tribes, and pueblos, and then the chair of the UNM Biology Department or their designee, chair of the New Mexico State University Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Conservation Ecology or their designee. The statute then goes on to talk about the department supporting the nominating committee, making sure that any openings are advertised, that we filter those, put them into categories, give those to the nominating committee, who then has to hold a public meeting at which they discuss and determine votes on who should be placed on the list. Again, that list has to be a minimum of 3 for each position. It also sets staggered terms for commissioners, which would be 6 years. It defines reasons for removal and sets term limits at 2 terms. So the stagger is set up with the first group. I think there's a 1, a 2, and a 3-year grouping. After that, there'll be 6-year terms, and you can't serve any more than 2 terms. So a given commissioner could not serve more than 12 years. And it also adds 4 advisory members to the commission: the director of the Outdoor Recreation Division, secretary of the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, commissioner of Public Lands, and the secretary of Indian Affairs. Their role, I think the idea in the legislation was to have them available because they have potentially a constituency that has interest in what we do, and they would have input that they could provide to the commission. Beginning in April 1 of 2026, it provides for a license fee increase, which we expect to generate between $9 and $10 million in new revenue, which has been long overdue. It allows the commission to increase fees based on the Consumer Price Index annually and requires an increase every 5 years beginning in 2032. It also allows the commission to set vendor fees by rule. Right now it's set at $1 in statute. This will change that in April 1 of 2026 to allow the commission to put into rule a just and reasonable fee for the vendor to charge. We will be in the process before June of trying to get a hold of vendors and getting a sense of what they think is just and reasonable, so we can provide that to you and build that rule. It also created a new class of license for non-residents, a shed hunter license. There again, we are working on drafting up a rule relative to what does that mean? Does every non-resident that picks up a shed have to have this $200 license, or is it just folks that are doing more commercially? Our thought kind of at the moment is potentially trying to say if you have 2 sheds, you're out on vacation, you're wandering in the woods, you pick up a couple of sheds, you don't need the permit, but if you're really out there collecting them, maybe you do. And then there's also a question of whether we need a season around shed hunting or not. So those are some of the questions we're working on with that. It allows the commission to regulate species of wildlife not listed as protected in statute by rule, given that the commission considers whether the species qualifies as a species of greatest conservation need, the science-based reason for the protection, the rules and management programs that potentially accompany protected status, and that goes into effect July 1 of 2026. So that's, we sort of do that under the Wildlife Conservation Act already. This would broaden that just a little bit. I don't know that the department has any species we would bring forward, thinking that there's human take impacting them, but we'll see if there are any groups out there that would like to see us do something once that comes into effect. It relieves the department of the requirement to respond to depredation by species protected by rule adopted by the commission. So if the commission were for some reason to adopt a species that was causing depredation, you could decide whether we should have to respond in the same way we do for elk depredations and those kinds of things. It adds invertebrates to the definition of wildlife. As you'll see with the State Wildlife Action Plan, we are including some insects on the species of greatest conservation need list this year, and that's consistent with the addition to the definition. And it defines species of greatest conservation need and requires reporting on data and expenditures for these species. So that's kind of a relatively broad overview of what the bill does. Again, I don't, the name change, the way the commission stuff has changed are probably the bigger changes. The fee increase and the additional authority for the commission is really kind of what we've been doing, just changed slightly. House Bill 2 is the General Appropriations Act of 2025. The budget was approved as requested, thankfully. We have a $52.9 million in department funds, $3.3 million from the Land of Enchantment Fund, $3.5 million from the Government Results and Opportunity Fund, and a $1 million special appropriation for bighorn sheep conservation actions. So the 52.9 million is broken down with Fisheries. Well, it includes a 4% pay increase for all state employees. And then Fisheries has 10.8 million, Wildlife has 14.7 million, Information Education 4.7 million, Field Operations 12.6 million, and ASD, which includes Human Resources, IT, Admin, and ASD is 10.1 million. The GROW money, the Government Results and Opportunity Fund money, is new to the agency this year. It is a program the legislature came up with where they fund for 3 years new programs designed to make new programs in state government. And so they passed that to support species of greatest conservation need, including the American beaver. So we're trying to figure out how we're gonna, what categories to put that money in, and we have projects lined up to go get done, but so that's a new process for us. And then the 3.3 million from the Land of Enchantment is also, last year we got 2.75. That number is expected to go up a little bit depending on, I think, market forces at this point. So that's also dedicated to species of greatest conservation need. So we've got, what is $6.8 million to put towards species of greatest conservation need in the coming year. So that's kind of exciting for us. And then House Bill 450 is the capital outlay projects. We had approved as requested the 1.5 million in Sykes Act fund. So that's the habitat stamp. We will work with the Citizen Advisory Committee and our partners in the federal agencies, assuming there are any of them left, to go ahead and get projects identified and funding directed towards those. These appropriations are 4-year appropriations, so we have some time to spend out the last bit of what we had before and get these going. And then we have $500,000 in bond interest and retirement fund for department facilities. Generally speaking, we've been spending those on hatcheries. We may look at doing some work at the main office in Santa Fe this year. And I think with that, I will stand for any questions.
I think Commissioner Lopez has a question or two.
Mike, SB 5, the governor vetoed partially, correct?
Correct.
Was SB 5 an appropriation bill?
I believe that the governor thinks so.
Why was it vetoed in partial if it's not an appropriation bill? How is it an appropriation bill? I can't see that in the bill.
I wasn't part of the conversation, so I'd be speculating, but I think there are some mention of per diem in there that may or may not make it. There's also the transfer of the assets, appropriations, and those sorts of things in the bill from the State Game Commission to the newly created Wildlife Commission, and from the Department of Game and Fish to the Department of Wildlife. And so I think those are potentially places, but I haven't spoken with the governor's office on exactly what their thinking is, but those are kind of two that I could potentially identify. There may be others.
In part of the conversations, was the department supporting this bill or not supporting the bill? Because it seemed different in here, committee rooms, hallways in the legislature, where we were going with this, or whoever was going.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lopez, we didn't take a position on the bill.
Okay. So then it seems to me that Representative Matthew McQueen held us hostage, knowing that we were in a bad shape for a fee increase, and tied it to this so it would pass. In my opinion, you don't answer that question. I'm just saying that's what it looks like on paper. That's what it was on paper. And that's what an appropriation bill didn't have on paper. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Anything else from anybody? No.
Mr. Chair, I want to say, and commissioners, I want to say thank you to the department. Were you present pretty much most of the session?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, it seemed like we were, but really just for the bills that got hearings.
Okay, very good. I want to say thank you to the department and to our state legislators, the senators and the representatives for the heavy lift, the work that they did on this, all three, Senate Bill 5, House Bill 2, and House Bill 450. I know that so many people are very passionate about what they're trying to achieve here. And that said, I was not, Commissioner Lopez, involved behind of any of the scenes. I have no idea what you were talking about there about the appropriation bill other than, or section, other than what I read in the paper. So I'm very curious in your personal opinion, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think to help the commissioners and I understand what was achieved here. Okay, and I accept your explanation of the 12 key changes in Senate Bill 5 in particular. What do you believe, in your personal opinion, was the problem that was trying to be fixed? What is it that they specifically wanted changed? I recognize name changes, qualifications, ... But if you had to summarize, what is it that needs to be fixed? What was it? Or maybe more.
Mr. Chair and
Sorry.
Commissioner Salazar Hickey, I think I can parrot what I think advocates for the bill were suggesting. I think that they felt like we needed funding. That would be the fee increase. I think that they felt like we did not do enough work on species of greatest conservation need and wanted to advocate for the ability to do more with those species. And then I think that they felt like the commission needed a different group of people that would be longer tenured.
Do you also believe a lot of politics was involved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, there was a lot of sausage being made.
Thank you, Commissioner Hickey. Thank you, Mike.
Can I go now?
Okay, we have another comment.
I just have a comment. It's been presented SB5, and we are asked questions after a bill has been approved, adopted. I mean, shouldn't we have asked questions prior, especially on commission reform? Shouldn't commissioners, past, present, whatever it is, should be part of this conversation? That's all what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you, Mike. Item number 13 is general public comment. Doesn't look like we have any public left to comment. Yeah. Do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do have several online. So if we're ready, we will start with Brandon Wynn. Brandon, you are permitted to talk.
First of all, you didn't ask for public comment on the last agenda item. Can I have 3 minutes for that and 3 minutes of general?
We're on the general public comment.
So you're not going to have comments on the last agenda item. Okay. All right. So general public comments would be, so the rule cycle hearings are next year for the big game rules, from almost all the big game rules. And as everyone in the room there right now, which is not very many people, but people online, as the commission knows, one of the most contentious things we have in New Mexico is privatization of our tags, and specifically E+. So I've gone to rule hearings at least every 4 years, 6, 7, 8, 9. So over 30 years of rule hearings. And what happens is the department writes up the rules pretty much the same as they were before. They get rolled out right before the rule hearings start. It's too late for any real meaningful public comment. The rule's baked, and it's been status quo on the privatization for decades now. And so I would suggest that if the commission was responsible, public commission for the citizens of New Mexico, which the New Mexico Game Commission objectively has not been for decades, you would form some sort of a working group and you would start working on E+ reform. And I would like to be part of that working group. I think if you ask even the many people that hate me for being such an advocate for your average New Mexican hunter, I would be a good person to be on there. I think I probably have as much experience and knowledge and expertise in big game tag allocation policy, not just in New Mexico, but throughout the Western United States. I know exactly what every state is doing as far as giving tags to rich people like New Mexico does on a wholesale basis, or not like Arizona does on a zero basis. So just, if you're serious about putting this thing to bed, now's the time to act a year in advance, and let's figure out a reform. Let's come to a plan and do it. That's going to be a better outcome than just litigating it, because I can guarantee you one or the other is going to happen. The commission's going to actually reform E+ in a meaningful way that respects the rights and entitlements of the citizens of New Mexico, or we're going to litigate it, and who knows what will happen there. I like an adult conversation better. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And up next, we'll have Tom Phillips.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Phillips and I reside and occasionally hunt in southern New Mexico. And recently became aware of major changes to land management along the U.S. border. And my purpose for commenting is to ensure the commission and the department are aware of the recent action. And this is the public land order that was issued by Bureau of Land Management, which is called the National Defense Operating Area Withdrawal. This order encompasses over 109,000 acres of public land, BLM land, in Doñana, Luna, and Hidalgo County. Included are all the BLM lands south of Highway 9 in Doñana and Luna counties, and then a 3+ mile swath of land along the U.S. border in Hidalgo County, along the eastern southern side of the county. That withdrawal that was issued in April 15th is for 3 years, but can be extended. So the main reason I wanted to raise this concern is that the withdrawal specifically states that it transfers the administrative jurisdiction of the lands, meaning the Bureau of Land Management lands, to the Department of the Army. So beyond the question of how hunters using BLM lands might be affected, there are additionally thousands of acres in New Mexico state lands, which the Game Department has a lease for, or for hunting rights. And those are encompassing the boundary, are all encompassed in the boundary of this National Defense Operating Area. Beyond that, there's even more thousands of acres of private land that are within that boundary. So my primary ask is to encourage the commissioners to direct game and fish staff to engage with both the BLM and the Department of Army, because they certainly are working on a memorandum of understanding of some sort as to how this operating area will be managed. And I encourage you to demand a seat at the table during this evolving situation. Just in case it helps, yesterday evening I did email to each of you commissioners and the director a copy of that public land order that was issued, printed in the Federal Register, as well as a map. And that, what's interesting is that map was created by the BLM, but the only place I've ever been able to find a copy of it is on the website of the Santa Fe, New Mexican newspaper. So I hope that gives you enough information to be able to do some more digging and due diligence to try and make sure hunters are protected in their use of public land. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Chair, I would point out that I had a brief conversation with this BLM state director, and she is actively working to figure out exactly who at DOD they need to talk to and develop that MOU and ensure that hunting and other recreational access is still available.
Thank you, Director Sloan.
Thank you. That was all of the hands that are raised.
Thank you. Okay, next is commissioner comments. Do we have any commissioners who'd like to provide some comments or questions to?
Thank you, Chairman Stump, fellow commissioners, and all of our residents out there. Since our January meeting, as you can tell, with the challenges happening in District 2, I've been very much involved with discussions with various people, including hunters, anglers, ranchers, and the conservationists. I just want to encourage that conversation to continue, because it's that input that drives us to work together to find solutions together. I wanted to mention I did attend the National Wild Turkey Federation banquet in Silver City, and I met with different residents recently on fisheries. I attended the other Department of Game and Fish. I see our Habitat Stamp Committee member is not here. They was here earlier, but it was nice to attend their meeting. I think Commissioner Clemente attended that meeting with me virtually, and I commend the work that's being done by that committee and the department. I always hear really good things about the department's work with that committee. So I do also hope that we can get their minutes on the website so that it shows the work that they're doing. I wanted to commend the department and the game fish for aiding our District 2 farmer on his elk-proof fencing, protecting his crops. Thank you, Chief Kurt Patton, is he still here? on his leadership and the meetings that I've had with him in the Glenwood area, about Glenwood area. So I have many compliments and I just wanted to relay those. I know there's definitely a commitment to find solutions together. I would like to add one more thing on the wolf issue. In Catron County and the surrounding areas, as I've met with residents and elected officials and conservation groups, I say that with certainty that Catron County residents are alarmed by the Mexican gray wolf encounters near their homes, roads, and schools, and fearing for children, pets, and livestock. These public safety concerns are valid, and alongside livestock losses, I think there's a reason we do need to look at it more closely. I support wolf recovery, but I'm looking for more in the way of a science-based management plans, building on today's Catron County discussion that prioritizes safety, ranchers' livelihoods, and successful coexistence. So I encourage open, data-driven dialogue, as Commissioner Clemente champions, is critical. So for the rule year, share your ideas, and I respond to all personalized emails and value your voice. Thank you for the privilege of serving New Mexico and keeping us transparent and science-driven wildlife management. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peck. Any other commissioners like to say anything?
I just have a comment, real comment, and actually I got 3 phone calls from that I believe that it came out from the director that those people that they owe child support, that they're behind on child support, they cannot purchase hunting and fishing license. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
I got phone calls, people actually thinking that it was great. So I'm passing it right along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clemente. And I would just like to thank the department as well. It's a lot of hard work done out there and a lot of time. So I appreciate all of you very much. And now let's move on to item number 15, executive session. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I so move to.
Let's go.
Motion to adjourn to executive session close to the public pursuant to NMSA section 10.10-5-1 1978 to discuss property purchase, acquisition, and disposal pursuant to section 10-15-187 NMSA 1978 to discuss attorney-client privilege litigation update pursuant to 10-15-1B limited personnel matters.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Director, please call the roll.
Commissioner Pack.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente. Vice Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Chair Stump.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We are now in executive session. No, I don't think so. We're good? This commission adjourned into executive session closed to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and it took no action as to any matter. I adjourn this meeting.